Boom. Oh man, my hair is an absolute mess. Hey folks, how's everyone doing? I hope you guys stuck around. That was a little bit of technical difficulties. I am 3 minutes late. I don't normally like to be 3 minutes late. So yeah. Oh crap, Discord is making Discord noises. Let me fix that. We'll stop that right away. How's everyone doing? Hopefully that should quiet that down there. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone is doing all right. Today was the last day of evidence. Oh crap. You going live during the Oilers game is slightly inconsiderate. The Oilers can move their game. Like that's fine. The Oilers can move. So whoop. And where'd that go? Hey Kat, that is awesome. Looking forward to seeing that. So, all right. So what happened today? Well, we heard from the last few witnesses, all for the defense, because today was a defense day. If you remember at the beginning, Yannetti said, wait for us. This is basically some of what he told us to wait for. So we're going to go over this. Lindsay says, is this posted to Twitter yet? It should be. It better be. I did post it to Twitter, I thought. I'm going to post it to Twitter again. So today was fascinating. Now, I'm just going to note, I don't have any timestamps because I was out of the office listening to this via earplugs while I was doing other things. So what is it? Imagine not watching Oilers win the Stanley Cup. I mean, I haven't watched any other hockey in like the last 20 years, so why start now? I get that it's important to a lot of people, but I just it's not my thing. So it just is what it is. So all right. Let's have a look at this. So we're basically going to be doing a bit of a rewatch because I don't have timestamps, but we can watch through this. It's not a long day. Also, I'm just going to note I had a request. I had a request from basically folks to say, hey, could you possibly could you not watch Mr. Rentschler's testimony because they wanted to see my reaction live? And I was like, I could do that. We've got some trolls in the chat already. We had one guy who coming in with the really critical troll question. He was asking, does your mother know you're gay? Well, his mother knows that I'm not. So let's bye, troll. And with that, let's have a beer. All right, let's roll on here. Yeah, he'd answer, but we yanked that guy because we don't need that. All right, let's pull this up, and here we go. I'm gonna just minimize here, and off we go.
17.
Hopefully people can hear this. So, because this guy, I kind of started it at a bad time because this guy does a lot of like this breathe in thing, which is like, Okay, that's an unpleasant noise, but let's and yeah, the breathing wouldn't be nearly as loud in person because it's getting picked up and amplified by the mic. So we're getting that noise way more than anyone else would. So somebody says smoker maybe, but I just think he's like old. That's it.
And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, which I mentioned before is general pathology in a sense. Also neuropathology, as I mentioned about the brain and spinal cord primarily. And then finally, forensic pathology.
In other words, Dr. Sheridan, you're triple board certified. Is that correct?
I am, yes.
And that's in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
That's correct, yes.
So just casually, hey, you're triple certified, right? And he's like, yeah, I am. Sip. Alex, that clapback was so good I had to buy my first super chat. Well, cheers. And then I got Jordan, who's trying again. Speaking of requests, can you do Alberta's first nope case in 10 plus years? Couple was caught in a national park, and then an attempt to have me say something that we're not going to say, but I will give you some props for trying, Jordan. All right. We're going to skip ahead a little bit because he's going to go through qualifications for like the next 10 minutes, I'm sure, and we will go through there. I'm not judging him. I mean, everybody made weird mic noises, but this guy's weird mic noises were annoying. So
And have you qualified as an expert in the areas of forensic pathology, neuropathology, and anatomic?
In courts, yes. Yes, well over 400 times.
How many was that?
Over 400.
And did you review materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to an opinion and conclusion about Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
Yes, I did. I reviewed quite a lot of materials.
What did you review?
Okay, I reviewed the autopsy report on this case.
I think I cut past it, but I seem to recall this is the guy who is like, very Irish, and he's lost some of his accent, but he's still very Irish. I was like, okay, cool.
Death. I also saw the death certificate, a document by CERT, S-E-R-T, police reports. I don't think so. Yeah.
We're just skipping ahead a little bit.
Dr. Sheridan, is this one of the photographs that you reviewed in reaching your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Yes, it is.
Closed
Could you
captions.
describe the
Yes, we
injuries
can.
that you see in this photograph?
These injuries that you're looking at here on the arm are abrasions, which are friction injuries, basically. We classify them under the general category of blunt force injury, but these particular ones are abrasions. The abrasions being where the outer layer of the skin, the epidermis as it's called, has been scraped off. These are friction injuries, essentially.
And based on your review of the information discussed earlier,
I do feel bad for just how much he seems to be struggling to breathe. But yeah, he's trying. We're just gonna have to live with it.
can you tell, as well as your review of these photographs, can you tell whether these injuries were sustained before or after death?
These injuries were sustained before death. We call them ante-mortem, A-N-T-E, mortem meaning before death. And that's based primarily on their color. And you have to take other things into consideration, but that's the basics of it. If these had been post-mortem, they would have a more yellowish, orange color, usually yellow.
So this is actually kind of a whole area of forensic pathology, is determining whether this is really important. Like, was an injury caused before or after death? Because obviously that can matter a lot. So this is one of the things that forensic pathologists have to be really, really good at, right? Was this injury caused before or after death? Because there's all sorts of ways that people might sort of want to tamper with a crime scene, right? let's say somebody is murdered by strangulation. Well, maybe they go and then, shoot the body to make it look like it was caused in some sort of robbery, right? So, yeah.
In your professional opinion, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are those injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle while holding a drinking glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Okay, and so basically she's trying to get out the question of whether or not this, in your opinion, is this a car accident? Is this a vehicle collision? So, and FYI, Massachusetts is in the midst of a severe heat wave that, along with the humidity, makes it very difficult to breathe. Okay, fair enough. And that would probably be a pretty crappy room for it. Yay, province of Alberta has reinstated my driver's license. That's awesome, Rain Man. So now I saw people saying that Julian Assange was released in the chat. It looks like he's got a deal that will let him out, but I initially wanted to start blocking people because there's a lot of people who comment that I look like Julian Assange, so I thought that was possibly trolling. But I was like, before I start blocking people, I should actually go and look and see, like, is this actual news? And it turns out it is actual news, so people weren't trolling. They were just
I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you again to keep your voice up, please, sir.
I'm doing my best. My voice is not as strong as it used to
You
be.
are unmuted. We'll stop the AC for a while, then. We'll stop the air conditioning for a while, then. We want to make sure we hear you.
Okay.
Dr. Sheridan, are these injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident, in your opinion?
Sustained.
I would say in general, no. I mean,
So that objection was sustained. I think Ms. Little's going to put it to you in a different way.
I'm sorry.
The judge is like, stop. It was sustained. Stop. That is reasonable for the judge to do, right? Once there's an objection that's sustained, the witness is supposed to stop answering, right? So, yeah. Yeah.
If you could assume, for purposes of this question, that this individual was involved in
how is the AC so noisy? Well, look at this courthouse and, how old it is. I can tell you that the AC was actually installed by this witness when he was in his 20s. So that's why it was so noisy. I'm sure the AC is fairly ancient in and of itself. I'm running an air conditioner in this room, and hopefully you guys are not hearing it. But so it's really not hard to get an air conditioner that is not super loud now, but I'm sure their air conditioner is is like, it's especially loud because it's powered by like 3 donkeys that are running in a circle. So yeah.
a motor vehicle collision as a pedestrian. Based on your review of his photographs, are those injuries consistent with having been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Why don't you come back for a minute?
Okay, now I saw some people on Twitter who were like, why is the judge not letting her answer the question? The reason why is because the question is not well formed. And the judge actually here seems to be trying to help out Ms. Little. Because she's like, sustained, why don't you come back here? She's actually, I think, telling Ms. Little, like, here's the problem. Here's how you fix it. Here's how you ask it right. Go for it. So, yep. By the way, chat, while they're doing that, I want to show off something I just bought that is dramatically improving my quality of life, I hope. And that is this thing. Unmuted. I bought a little mini fridge.
Dr. Sheridan, how many autopsies have you conducted on individuals who are involved in pedestrian vehicle motor collisions?
Involved in what, pedestrian vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, well over 100.
What other experience do you have in terms of conducting autopsies with individuals who have been involved in motor vehicle collisions?
Well, I mean, if you take motor vehicle accidents,
So the issue there was basically, did you lay the foundation for the opinion? And so, yeah. The mini fridge is allowing me to store like some colas, a couple of beers. It is amazing. And it doesn't get them super, super cold, but cold enough, much better than what I was doing before, which was stashing them in a desk drawer.
in general, they'd be probably nearly a quarter of my total number of autopsies. So in other words, that'd be close to 3,000. Yeah, that's about right.
Based on your professional
3,000 autopsies. That's a lot of dead people, right? That's a lot of dead people. So, meanwhile, if I want to cut up even one dead person, it's like, oh, that's a crime. And, you can't do that. So,
experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with the pedestrian?
This is a lot of people have pointed out that Turtle Boy was assaulted on video, and total is 12 to 13,000. Okay, that's even more insane. 13,000 autopsies. The people who are alleged to have assaulted Turtle Boy have been arrested and charged. So, yeah.
Being struck by a motor vehicle.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. You can answer that, Doctor.
Hmm?
Can you answer that?
I can answer it, yes.
So go right ahead.
Okay. But the question was, to be precise, can you just rephrase it? I mean, I said yes, I can answer it, but I can't remember exactly how you phrased it.
Yes, based on your extensive training and experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with an individual being struck by a vehicle?
If you mean struck in that part of the body, on the arm, like
Yes.
directly, I would say no, it doesn't look like that at all. Mhm.
And can you explain that?
He says, no, it doesn't look like that at all. Just in this kind of confident grandfatherly way of like, like, oh, that's a very silly notion. He's like, no, that's not right.
Well, if you're hit by a vehicle, or whichever part of your body is hit, if it's a significant impact at all, you're going to get bruising, and we don't have any bruising here. We just have what I would call linear abrasions, without any bruising. So that does not look to me at all remotely like an impact from a motor vehicle.
So, what everyone has been saying this whole time of like, where are the bruises? He's like, of course there's no bruises. So, yep.
What would you expect to see if an individual's arm were struck by the rear of a motor vehicle?
Well, as I just said a second ago, primarily a lot of bruising, and that's what we don't see here. You might see, well, depending on the circumstances, you might see other things like a fracture or fractures. But
so fractures, broken bones, right?
You would at least expect bruising.
In your professional opinion, based on your many years of experience, have you conducted any autopsies involving individuals who were involved in any sort of animal attack?
Animal attacks in general, yes, quite a few actually. But when I say quite a few, it's not an enormously common event, but I've done probably at least a dozen or so involving deaths
hockey.
Where an animal was involved one way or another.
Have you conducted any autopsies in which any individual was attacked by a dog?
Yes, I have a few.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I'd have to just refresh my memory out of the blue here. But first of all, I had a number of cases, 3 or 4, I think, over the years involving children. It was primarily children who were killed by feral dogs.
So, when people are killed by dogs, it's almost always kids. That's unfortunate. It's unpleasant, but that is not unexpected here, and is kind of, yeah.
The dogs attacked the kid and killed them. So I had that a few times. But then I've also had cases where an animal or a dog particularly was involved, but wasn't the actual cause of death, so to speak, but they were involved in something that was happening and left some traces of their activity in the form of bite marks or scratch marks.
In your professional opinion, are those injuries consistent with an animal attack?
Are they consistent with what?
an animal attack?
I would say they are, yes. I'm not 100% sure about this, but my initial reaction when I saw this photograph was that it was probably an animal mark, and most likely I would say a dog. Scrape marks with the paws, and possibly also a bite mark from the teeth as well, possibly.
Now, I just want to note this evidence where he's saying that it's a dog attack is actually somewhat inconsistent with the evidence that that we heard from the dog bite expert, because the dog bite expert said that the other ones on the side were most likely tooth marks, right? Whereas he's saying that the ones on the side are most likely claw marks. So both of them think it's a dog, but they kind of think it's differently a dog, right? So that I thought was kind of interesting.
Not 100% sure. I didn't get a chance to analyze it right there on the spot, so to speak. But my basic impression is that these were consistent with marks caused by, say, a dog using his paws or claws, if you want to put it that way, and possibly the teeth as well.
And if there's a pointer up there, would it be possible to direct the jury to the injuries that you're referring to on the screen? There should be a little laser pointer up there, I believe.
I don't know that I see one.
It's not there.
Oh.
May I approach you? Sure.
Okay.
Using the laser pointer, could you indicate the injuries that you believe you just testified are consistent with scratch marks?
Actually, in a sense,
I
they're
feel
all
bad for
consistent
his
with scratch
breathing.
marks in the sort of the more generic sense of whether it's the paws or the teeth, they're going across the skin rather than going straight into it. So they're all of these marks are generally consistent with, if you want to call them scratch marks. So I don't know if this will work on the screen, but you basically got what looks like there's one pair there with possibly a third one in the middle. There are two very clear parallel marks there with another one fainter in the center. Then you have, going closer to the elbow, you've got another 2 or 3, whichever way you look at that. At the elbow itself, you have, that part of the elbow there is what I would think is the most likely candidate here for a bite mark, because it has something of the configuration of the outline of teeth. And then the ones on the forearm are a little bit less obvious, but they're still consistent in general with, I would say, claw marks or maybe from the teeth.
So it's interesting. Everybody agrees that these central wounds are bite marks. The bite mark, or the dog bite expert, said that everything else was probably bite marks, but maybe claw marks. And this guy says probably claw marks, but maybe bite marks. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of a little different. It's kind of a bit distinctive, but they certainly look like bite marks to me. And I suspect that the jury's going to look at these and go, I don't think, I'm going to move myself. I don't think that those are, like, I don't think she was bitten, or that he was bitten by a Lexus is basically what they're going to. Hockey game tied at 1. Okay, for the people who aren't watching the hockey game but are interested in it, they're tied up. Okay, let's roll.
Dr. Sheridan, if you assume that the decedent was standing with his arm extended in this manner, and he was struck with the rear taillight of a 7,000-pound Lexus only on the arm, such that it spun him around and propelled him 30 feet, do you have an opinion as to whether or not these arm injuries are consistent with that scenario?
Objection.
All right, I'll see you inside. Go.
Okay, sidebar we'll skip through because zoom. We don't need to see the Karen-looking fidgety, show. Oh, now I got the wheel. Oh, and now we got the OnlyFans. Okay, we're going to skip past OnlyFans, back to more witness, please. Here we go.
In a loud voice.
Thank you. And Dr. Sheridan, I'll ask you to also just keep your voice up for this question.
I'll try.
Assume the decedent was standing with his arm outstretched like this and was struck by the rear of an SUV only in his arm at 24 miles per hour. Are the injuries in Exhibit 19 consistent with that scenario?
No, I do not think so.
Can you describe that?
Well, as I think I've already mentioned before, one thing that's not there, that should be there, given that idea, that scenario, is there should be bruising, at least bruising, if not perhaps even more than that, but bruising for sure. Secondly, the appearance of these injuries, their pattern, if you want to just call it that, the way they're distributed, doesn't seem to fit the idea of the rear of a vehicle being the impacting object.
I've actually had a number of doctors reach out to tell me that they have seen lots and lots of car accidents and that it doesn't look like a car accident at all. Lots of them have said, this does not look right to me. Epic 7000, he does appear to have breathing problems. So, yeah. All right, let's keep going.
And at 24 miles per hour, would you expect to see fractures or breaks in the arm?
You could do.
I agree, honestly. If they'd asked me to run this case, I'd have said no. Absolutely not. And if they'd said you must run this case, it literally would have been like, I get up. Commonwealth opens its case. Commonwealth is calling no witnesses. Commonwealth closes its case. Does the defense have an application? And the defense application at that point is, of course, for a directed verdict. And then at that point, Karen Reed is free. And then at that point, it's basically as good as quitting the DA's office, except that you've also killed the case. So, just get up there, call no evidence, and that's the case. Or possibly call one witness who just is like, call one witness who didn't see anything. Like, okay, and that's it, right? Just to end your career. You know what? If your career is doing this bullshit, then I'm sorry. I'd rather have my principles than my career. So that's it. That's it.
There'd be other factors involved as to it would depend on a lot of things, but it's possible. Yeah.
I'd like to direct.
I'd call Proctor to the stand, get him up on the stand. What's your name? Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor, is it true you're a police officer? Yes. No more questions for this witness. That's it. Case over. Like, send everyone home because this is so stupid.
Your attention to the injury that Mr. O'Keefe sustained to his head. Do you recall that injury?
To the head?
To the head.
Yes.
Not the only person.
Can you describe that injury for the jury?
Well, there were a few minor injuries on the face, but the major injury, and indeed the main cause of death, was an impact to the back of the head, slightly to the right of the midline of the back of the head.
So this guy is also, when you heard that he was triple certified, one of his certifications was in, brain stuff. So, yeah.
And where there was a laceration. A laceration is another type of blunt force trauma, but this is a laceration is where the skin is actually opened up or is split. So you get bleeding from a laceration. So there was a laceration, as I said, in the back of the scalp in what's called the occipital area. And beneath that.
Yeah, this is kind of a thing, right? Sometimes you've got something that is 100% ethical, but your job, your boss doesn't like it. And then you can end up having in a position where they punish you for it. Yep, it is a thing. Am I going to make you listen to some Lally? You bet I am. I'm sorry. We're gonna have some comments about Lally, but yeah.
When the skin was moved away as part of the autopsy, there was extensive bruising, hemorrhage, in other words, in the scalp at that same point. There was a fracture that started at that point in the skull, but traveled all the way forward to the frontal areas of the skull. So you have the impact. The impact site is clear because, as I said, you got the laceration. That's where the impact was. So you have that
No. No. All right, let me try to fix this. Okay, go. No, do the things.
the brain itself.
There we go.
It had injuries, significant injuries. First of all, there was bleeding on the surface of the brain, and that's very common in situations like this. But in addition to that, there were extensive bruises. Contusions is the real word, actually, but they are essentially bruises of the brain substance itself, and that they were in several different parts of the brain, including the frontal areas, which are near the forehead, and also the temporal, which are towards the side, more or less. And then there was also hemorrhage deep inside the brain, in the ventricles, which are open areas in the center of the brain. All of these things were described in the neuropathology report, and you can see them in the photographs that were part of the neuropathology report as well as the autopsy.
What will happen to Proctor and fellow liars? Nothing, most likely. Nothing. I'm just going to say, wouldn't this guy be an excellent teacher? Wouldn't this guy be great to teach you about neuropathology and so forth? I think this guy would be fantastic. So, yep.
Because of, as a result of, I should say, the injury to the brain began to swell, and that's what it usually does after major trauma. And as a result of the swelling, you had what's called herniation, where the brain, if you want to think of it this way, the brain is trying to expand, but it can't.
I know,
the
but imagine being in his classes.
So it begins to put pressure, pushing, especially downwards towards the top of the spinal cord. And eventually, as happened in this case, it's quite clear from the photographs, the brain herniated downwards, the brainstem particularly herniated downwards, and this would have been the final straw, so to speak. That's what would lead to respiratory failure and death.
So I just got to say, this guy makes a brain injury, death from a brain injury, sound even more creepy and horrifying than it would otherwise, because he's like, right away he's unconscious, but slowly his brain is swelling, and it eventually cuts off his breathing by, putting pressure on his brainstem. I'm like, I don't like that. I don't like that. So this guy, he's able to tell not just that John O'Keefe died, but the stories exactly of how that functions neurologically. And, at this point, I'm learning more things from this trial, which is cool.
So this was a fatal injury for certain.
And what impact would that type of injury have had on the individual after sustaining it?
Once this impact occurred, Mr. O'Keefe would have been unconscious. He would still be capable of breathing for a while until that brain swelling took over and pushed the brainstem down. But he would immediately from the point of impact, he would have been unconscious for sure.
This is interesting and this is important because one of the arguments I thought we might hear Lally make is that he got hit and maybe that he took some steps, maybe that he walked to try to undermine that 30 feet thing, right? Because 30 feet is bad for the Commonwealth. It's just so implausible that John O'Keefe got launched 30 feet. So I was entertaining the possibility of maybe he got hit and wasn't quite unconscious yet, but he walked a distance and then passed out, right? He says, no, that is not what happened. Not at all what happened. He would have been unconscious right away. And that at least is such a... it's got to at least be a little bit of comfort, because I can say when my grandmother passed, they did an autopsy as well because it was a person alone injury, right? It was a person. She was on her own when it happened. But the autopsy, one of the results of that was basically that she'd had a massive heart attack, and that essentially death would have been nearly instant, right? And so that's at least something of a comfort, right? To know that that it's real fast, as opposed to so hopefully that is a sort of a good thing. Several of his students have said how wonderful he was as a teacher on Twitter. Awesome. So, yep.
He have been able to stand up, move, or walk?
No, he would have been unconscious completely.
I think he's a good witness.
Do you have any opinion regarding whether that injury is consistent with having been struck on the ground on dirt or grass?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
I'll rephrase it. That was a poorly worded question. Is that injury
Okay, this is an important question. I'm going to back it up because some idiot was talking. Let's listen to this one.
Injury is consistent with having been struck on the ground on dirt or grass?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
I'll rephrase it. That was a poorly worded question. Is that injury consistent with striking dirt or grass?
Like, for example, falling onto grass?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. If there's a fall involved here, and there could be, it would be onto a hard surface. But the grass, and as I understand from all the material I reviewed, there was also some snow, and so that might even cushion the impact even a little bit more. But even without the snow, grass is basically too soft for somebody falling and hitting their head on it to get the injuries I've just described.
Okay, so this is a big problem for the prosecution, and the prosecution's later going to try to save it. The Commonwealth is going to try to save it, and they're trying to save it still makes things worse. So, he's saying it's too soft. It can't have been dirt, can't have been grass. And so Lally tries to save it of going, couldn't it have been the concrete? And the problem is, if it's the concrete, then it's even worse, because John O'Keefe wasn't found on the road, right? He wasn't found in the street. And so now their theory is that he gets hit on the arm, spins around, gets launched onto the sidewalk, hits his head, bounces somehow, and rolls over to 30 feet onto the grass. And I'm going, huh? Like, it just seems so unlikely that is the model of death. I see people saying there's no sidewalk. There's concrete, right? There's a curb. There's road, right? I just don't see how he gets from the road and the curb over to in the grass, right? It just and Lally's story, you're going to see his story just keep changing and morphing, and he's going to try out like a dozen different theories as he goes today. And I'm wondering which theory he's going to get to when he actually goes to closing arguments, because I don't know what he says happens to John O'Keefe at closing arguments. I see people saying no concrete, all asphalt. Same difference for this purpose. It's a hard, firm surface, right? So, all right, let's keep going here.
In addition to focusing on the injuries that were present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries when conducting an autopsy?
What significance do I put on what?
In addition to focusing on the injuries that are present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries when conducting an autopsy?
Well, as you put it there, it's a rather general question, but I mean, when you're doing an autopsy, you obviously want to see what is there and what's not, and everything can be relevant, including absent things. Now, in this particular case,
he's like, that's an insanely broad opening, right? So what could the absence of injuries mean? Well, obviously the absence of injuries can be really, really significant. let's say the prosecution's theory is that dude was struck with this thing, right? If he doesn't have any injuries that are consistent with pieces of broken volcanic glass smoking you in the face, then it probably wasn't this, right? Was the guy shot? Well, are there bullet holes? If there are no bullet holes, then dude wasn't shot, right? He might have been shot at, but not shot. It wasn't a great question from Ms. Little. It was not a great question. Yeah, it's volcanic glass. It's obsidian. So he sort of is like, yeah, it's not fantastic.
There are a number of features of things that are absent that are important. I've already alluded to one, and that is on the arm. If that was an impact from the vehicle, I would expect bruising. But do you want me to continue?
Yes.
Yeah. But if Mr. O'Keefe was struck with, it depends obviously what part of the body is theoretically involved. But if a vehicle hits you, whether it's the back of the vehicle or the front, you're going to have, as long as it's not going extremely slowly, if it's going at any speed at all, any significant speed, it's going to cause at least bruising. And that in this particular case, one of the things that struck me was that there was a distinct absence of bruising on the torso. There's the chest, abdomen, hips, whatever. And
it's very, very unusual that you would see a car accident with no bruising, right? I've seen, unfortunately, lots of car accident cases. Not a lot of fatal car accident cases, but a lot of car accident cases. And you'll get somebody who's hit by a car, driven by somebody who's alleged to be drunk or alleged to be driving dangerously or whatever else. And typically they have stunning bruises, like big ol' ugly bruising. And I'm going to tell you that bruising is messy. It is gross. It lasts. And the other thing that is weird about bruises, and I say this as a guy who's gotten some bruises, bruises move. Bruises, you start off with a bruise at, like your head, and it ends up like I had jaw surgery at one point, and I had big, giant bruising. And then later it ended up in my neck and chest, right? Because it moved downwards. It just is a thing. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay. If you look at Gordon Ramsay's got a video. I'm not going to play the video, but he was sort of knocked off a bike by a car, and he had big, ugly, massive bruising, black bruising, right? When you hear the line of like beaten black and blue, you literally can turn like dark black, and it's like a different black than like black folks. But it's a very ugly color, right? This like black blue blood bruise color is unpleasant. You would expect to see this big giant bruise on the guy, and I don't see how you possibly kill somebody with blunt force trauma like that doesn't cause those giant bruises. It's just baffling. People bruise really easily. So I walk. Mrs. Runkle goes to sleep before I do, because Mrs. Runkle keeps regular, sane hours. She's a normal human being, whereas I keep sort of vampire hours. And so when Mrs. Runkle goes to sleep, she, is in the bedroom asleep. And what do I not want to do? Well, I don't want to wake her up when I come to bed, right? Because that would be a great recipe for not being married for, anymore. So I'm typically going into bed when it's dark and I walked into a bookcase because it was dark. And I can tell you, I wasn't moving at, however many miles per hour. The miles per hour I was moving walking into that bookcase was probably 0, because I don't move at many miles per hour, and I certainly don't move at many miles per hour when I'm walking in the dark. I had a big bruise on my arm, right? And so if I can get a substantial bruise walking into a bookcase late at night at 0 miles per hour, then like getting hit by a Lexus at 24 miles per hour should cause all sorts of bruising. Unless we've got some reason to believe that like John O'Keefe needed to join the Avengers because he's somehow immune to bruising. It just makes no sense.
Also, in most cases that I've ever been involved in where a pedestrian was hit by a vehicle, there are injuries on the legs, including fractures, which are very common on the legs. So the absence of all of these things in this case, I think, is important.
Have you conducted autopsies involving individuals who are involved in fights or altercations?
Yes, many, many times.
Approximately how many?
He's done, 13,000 autopsies? Of course. He has, of course he's looked at that. So, yeah.
Gosh, I have no idea. And it's about a lot. I mean, I've done, I said earlier that between over 12, maybe 13,000 total autopsies. Of those, I'm only giving you estimates here, but over 1,000 would have been homicides. Of those, probably maybe a fifth, or about 200, would have involved blunt force trauma instead of, for example, a firearm or something like that. And in those cases, and of course,
in general, more people are killed with blunt objects than are killed with guns. Why? Because lots of people have blunt objects at hand. You know how difficult it is to get a blunt object? Not very. This bottle of hot sauce is a blunt object. And you know what? You could potentially kill somebody with the bottle of hot sauce, if you smack them hard enough. I don't recommend it. There's, even if you were in a murdering kind of mood, there's better weapons for that. But, hammers, bats, metal bars, broomsticks, fists. Everyone's got fists. Lots of people are killed with boots or feet. Brick. I ordered a food and this is brick, and it can still be, it could be a weapon. All sorts of things. So what is, a blunt object? A blunt object is basically anything that you're not slicing or cutting with. So if I stab you with a pen, that would be a sharp object. But if I throw the pen at you, it's probably a blunt object. Yeah. Frozen leg of lamb. Yep. Getting hit with a salmon. So, yep.
Okay, so all of those and other cases involving homicides involving sharp force may have.
Oh, man, I could get myself in so much trouble. I could get myself in so much trouble by looking up the the Zillow listing for the house that this occurred in and creating a Clue board game. You couldn't call it Clue or Cluedo. You couldn't call it either of those things because they're trademarked, but the rule set is not. And so you could absolutely create a game of which person. I'm not going to do it. Somebody else could do it. But yeah.
evidence of a struggle as well. So it's in the hundreds. Yeah.
In your expert medical opinion, are Mr. O'Keefe's injuries consistent with a fight or a physical altercation?
In a general sense, they can be. They could
I feel
be, yes.
bad for his.
He had. I alluded to it just briefly before, but the head injury, the major head injury I've described, but he also had a laceration over his right eyelid. He had some scrape marks on his face. He also had some bruises on the back of his right hand, which that kind of injury on the hands can be what we call a defensive injury. In other words, an injury that occurs when you're protecting yourself and you're hit hit either with another fist or with a hard object, and you're protecting yourself. So, I would say that some of these findings I've just mentioned.
All right, let's talk about defensive wounds, because defensive wounds come up all the time, and defensive wounds are a really good sign of what happened. And unfortunately, the story told by defensive wounds is often kind of horrible, because defensive injuries often are terrible. So let's talk about that. I'm going to embiggen myself for a second here. Let's say somebody is attacked with a knife. Well, how do you defend yourself against a knife? Not very well. But what you'll see is people tend to hold their hand up, and they'll get stab wounds and cut wounds around how they deal with the knife. And so you'll get people who've been stabbed to death, and during that moment, during those moments where somebody's fighting for their life, the adrenaline is kicking in. So they don't necessarily, so they're better able to defend against the stab wounds than the average bear, right? But the injuries that you see are horrific. And so people try to defend themselves when they're attacked. Now, in this case, we're talking about defending against blunt force trauma. And the thing is people tend, and I say tend, to defend themselves in different ways depending on how they're being attacked. When people are being attacked with a weapon, they will often tend to defend themselves like this, with their hands out to try to catch the weapon. It's not, but when people are being attacked with fists, they tend to defend themselves like this. And so you tend to sustain the injuries to the backs of the hands and the backs of the forearms, right, where you're doing that. Now, you might see somebody defending against a bat or something like that in the same way, with the back of the hands. It's a defensive stance. People tend to open the hands to catch things like knives and so forth, and block against, blunt objects and so forth. So, and people say, I ain't trying to grab or catch any knife. You know what? It's just pure instinct. It's not intentional. It's just what people do in that moment. So here, those injuries to the hand, assuming that they're blunt force injuries, would seem to be consistent with somebody who is dealing with an attack with fists or maybe a bat, especially because he is much more of a trained person. So, yeah.
Are consistent with the possibility of a physical altercation, yes.
Thank you. If I could have one moment.
Sure.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Lau?
Yeah. I've seen defense wounds from a machete, and it's horrific. Yep. Sometimes, oh, crap. Sometimes you'll see people with defensive wounds that are Really, really bad. Somebody in the chat asked about this, so I'll show it to you. They're like, what is that on your hand? I've got a little injury there. That is a gun injury, believe it or not. That there is a gun injury, and I'll tell you how I got the gun injury. I was doing trigger pull tests with this thing on a single action revolver, and I caught my thumb, or I caught my the sort of fleshy pad between the hammer and the gun, and so I wasn't shot or anything. I was pinched because I was holding the gun in a way that you would never hold it if you were shooting it. So yeah. All right, so she has just finished with that and moving on.
Okay.
All right, Lolly's gonna take a moment.
We're on his right knee, his right regarding
Going.
injuries that you were just testifying about with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. They were on his right knee, his right arm, as well as the back right side of his head. Is that correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention the knee, but yes, there were injuries in those places, yes.
It's not wood.
And understandable, but this isn't an autopsy you performed yourself, correct?
I did not perform myself, no.
You never saw the body. You're looking at photographs and reports, correct?
Yeah, I'm going by the photographs and the autopsy report, yes.
Now, I'm just going to say, usually, like, the defense experts are going to be looking at photographs, or usually, because why? Well, the first autopsy is done by the medical examiner, and after that, typically, you're only doing one. So, yeah. Somebody said, am I left-handed? No, I am right-handed.
And contained within the materials that you reviewed, did you ever look at Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Good Samaritan?
Look at whose medical records, Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes.
I looked at the medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital, where he was pronounced dead, yes.
Okay, so you did look at those as well?
I did look at those, yeah. I thought I mentioned it earlier, maybe I forgot.
Now, with regard to what you reviewed of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, you saw no injuries to his left arm, correct?
To his left arm? No, I don't think so, no.
No injuries to his left leg, correct?
No. Mm-hmm.
Injuries to his torso that you saw?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Now, when he's going, like, no injuries to his torso, I'm like, whose side are you on here, Lally? Because, like, you'd expect injuries to his torso in your theory.
And no injuries to the back left side of his head, is that correct as well?
That's correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you observed or reviewed the autopsy reports as well as autopsy photographs and the death certificate, correct?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, do you agree with Dr. Scortibello's determination as to the cause of death being multiple blunt force type injuries in conjunction with hypothermia?
I do agree with her, yes. Mm-hmm.
And you reviewed also the neuropathology report by Dr. Stonebridge?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
And do you agree or concur with the findings of Dr. Stonebridge contained within that report?
Yes, that there were photographs taken during the neuropathology examination, which were independent confirmation for me of the things described in the report. Yes.
Now, with regard
I don't know
to
where Lolly's going
autopsies that you performed in the past, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the injuries that you observed in the photographs to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, they were not the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
No, they were not. Mm-hmm.
With regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, in regard to there being some sort of animal involved, as you were testifying before, is it normal to see just injuries related to an animal attack on just one portion of one piece of body?
Now, this is the thing, is he looks typically at lethal injuries, right? And I'm just going to say that injuries that are lethal can be very different from injuries that are non-lethal. For example, you might say if you've got somebody who only looks at lethal injuries, they might say, for example, that it is very unusual to see a single cut to the hand, right? Because most people are not going to die from a single cut to the hand. A forensic pathologist is almost never going to see a single cut to the hand. But single cuts to the hand are insanely common as a knife injury. Why are they insanely common as a knife injury? Well, let's say you're sitting there and you're trying to, you're trying to, cut some vegetable, and you just go a little too far and you slash your hand. Super common. But that doesn't tend to get you killed. It just tends to, you might end up even having to go to the hospital to replace a fingertip or something like that. But yeah, what is it? Avocados. People try to cut into avocados and slash themselves pretty badly. Somebody says, was that a 5-hour energy? It was not a 5-hour energy drink. This is a hot sauce roulette. So, the thing is, a dog attack that kills you is likely to have a lot more dog bites in all sorts of places. But lots of dog attacks are just dog runs up, dog bites you a few times, dog leaves, right? So, yeah.
Yes, in a general way. I mean, as I mentioned, I think when I was answering the question about the cases I've done involving animals, I tried to divide them into two groups because there's an important difference. Some of those cases were cases where the animals were responsible for the death itself. As I said, a bunch of feral dogs in one case, particularly that I remember. Another was a case where it wasn't a whole bunch of them, but there were 2 dogs, large dogs, and they killed the victims' children. So those individuals had multiple injuries, including deep bite marks that were fatal, particularly in the neck area. But they also had, and I'm stretching my memory a bit because it's a while since I did these cases, but I do have a general recollection that in in those cases, I should say, in addition to the fatal injuries, there were also some non-fatal, sort of things like paw marks. And I can't remember the distribution though on the body.
Can you remember as far as whether or not these injuries that you observed and not taking the child fatalities with the dog's maul, I'm presuming that those involved injuries to significant and extensive parts of the body. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are the ones where the animals caused the death, yes. Mm-hmm.
So in the other instances that you were talking about, do you recall even whether or not those injuries that you observed were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
The other ones that you were...
This is a good point. Mandolins are so dangerous, even the safety ones. I'm going to say I love my mandolin, but you got to treat it with super respect because a mandolin will take your fingers if you let it. Yeah, I was attacked by a single dog when I was 5, almost took my head off. 900 stitches later, I was fixed up. Holy crap. I'm glad you made it through that because, whew.
Talking about as far as the other animal attacks that you've seen.
Yeah.
Do you recall whether or not the injuries that you observed in those instances were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
Oh, ante-mortem. Well, actually, in one of the cases that comes to mind, the marks appeared to be post-mortem, and that was this person was actually a homicide victim, and they were lying outdoors, and their own dog. This was according to police, though, who came on the scene. When they arrived, there was a dog that turned out to be the victim's own dog was pawing at the body, and the person was dead.
Oh my God. I gotta say, when I heard that, I was super sad by that. Did you guys hear that one? It's super sad. Listen to this again here.
In one of the cases that comes to mind, the marks appeared to be post-mortem, and that was this person was actually a homicide victim, and they were lying outdoors, and their own dog. This was according to police, though, who came on the scene. When they arrived, there was a dog that turned out to be the victim's own dog was pawing at the body, and the person was dead.
Oh my God. Guy is murdered and the dog is pawing. Oh my. Oh, no, I don't like that. Like, just, that is depressing. That is like the dog going, wake up, wake up. Yeah, I just picture like how Zora or Potter would react, and I'm just like, I'm not allowed to die. Poor dogs. I'm just gonna note as well. So Potter was around when we had a different. We had a previous dog. We had Paddington Bear, and Paddington Bear got slowly sick, and eventually had to be put down. And Potter was super sad for like 2 weeks after Paddington passed. Potter would like go to where Paddington used to lay there sleeping and sort of be like, where's my friend? So, now I'm thinking all the all these sad moments there. Potter, by the way, was super happy when we got Zora afterwards. Zora was a little shit to Potter. Zora was a little dirtbag to Potter. Sometimes still is. And Potter puts up with so much crap. And I think it's because he's just so happy to have a friend. So, yeah.
But in another case that I can think of, the scratch marks from dog paws were antemortem. And they were confined to one place only. I'm trying to remember what part of the body. This case, I had to testify later on. In this case that I'm thinking of now, the paw marks were limited to just one location. I can't remember exactly where they were, though. Whether it was the leg or the arm, I can't remember.
And that was post-mortem injuries that you're talking about there, correct?
No, in the second case, they were antemortem. So in other words, there's been post-mortem and antemortem, yes.
The injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to the posterior part of his arm, correct?
Yes, basically, the posterior.
No injuries that you observed on the anterior portion or the other side of the right arm, correct?
That's correct, yes.
No other injuries that you observed consistent with what you're talking about as far as an animal attack on any other part of Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
That's correct, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And from what you observed in the reports and the photographs, you can't say definitively what type of animal, correct?
That's correct, I can't.
And you can't say even if it was an animal or was a dog, what breed of dog that was. Is that correct?
No, but if I had to try, and if I said...
Not asking you to try, so I'm just asking whether or not you can say whether or not what breed of dog it was.
No, I can't tell you what breed, no.
I mean, nobody can, right? And if the guy actually said, I can tell what breed of dog it was, I would have been like, okay, this guy's full of shit. The instant he said, like, if he'd said, yeah, this was definitely like a German Shepherd or definitely a poodle or whatever else, I'd have been like, no. Just not the thing there, right? So, yeah.
You can't say whether or not those injuries were inflicted inside a house or outside of a house. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have no idea.
You can't say when they occurred, correct?
Only that they were when he was still alive. Yeah, but other than that, no. And they are fresh looking. I mean, in this generally, so they look like they happened very shortly before death.
And when you say short time, you're talking about hours?
Minutes to hours, I would say.
Minutes to hours, but you can't.
I mean, I'm talking just based on the injuries themselves alone, leaving anything else out. You can't.
Note that he said minutes to hours. The previous dog bite expert also said minutes to hours, right? So we've got that parallelism here.
Time injuries as exactly as you might think.
What Lally's trying to trick him into doing is Lally is trying to lead this witness into saying something that is not supportable by science. And then if he does, then Lally is going to leap on him and basically say, you said some bullshit, right? So that's why Lally is trying to be like, you know, isn't it the case that they're like, he starts raising Chloe, right? And the reason why he's raising Chloe is he's hoping the witness will say it was Chloe. And then if the witness says it was Chloe, he can hammer that witness with, you know, with evidence that says, you know, or studies that say you can't do that. But the problem is that when he says, aren't you aware that Chloe exists? It just puts the jury, you know, the jury is now thinking, you know, this guy says, I can't tell, but the jury's done the math, right? The jury's doing that math in their head and is like, oh, this guy can't tell that it was Chloe, but it was totally Chloe, right? That's what the jury's thinking here. I wouldn't have asked the Chloe questions because you just leave that, right?
From CSI or one of these television programs, but they are generally fresh for sure. And but just looking at those on their own, I would have to say minutes to hours, yes.
Now, at some point, were you given or did you review any files from a lab at the University of California, Davis?
I'm not sure. In relation to what?
So are you aware that the State Police Lab in Massachusetts swabbed areas of the sleeve on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and sent samples from that in the areas of where the injuries occurred on his right arm, and then sent that to a lab at UC Davis? Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure that I remember that, no.
And so you're equally unaware then that when that was tested, there was no canine DNA found from any of those swabbings in the area where the injuries that you're describing as scratch marks or bite marks occurred?
I wasn't aware of that. I must have missed it.
Aware of any sort of bite history or a specific animal at 34 Fairview being involved in attacks on other dogs?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood that question.
Were you aware that there was a dog that resided at 34 Fairview Road?
Am I aware that there was a dog there?
Yes.
I was informed there was, yes.
Were you also informed that that dog, months later, after January of 2022, was involved in an incident in which it attacked another dog, humans intervened, and one of the humans was bitten?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that there were photographs of...
He's trying to bait him into saying it was definitely Chloe. And the problem is that this witness is like, no, I didn't look at that. Like, no. So, yep.
an actual bite mark from that actual dog months after January 29th. Were you shown any of that?
No, I don't believe I was.
Now, sir, did you write a report in relation to what you observed or anything in regard to your opinion or your testimony that you're testifying to here today?
I didn't write a report as such, but I signed a declaration early on in my involvement in this case.
And that was a declaration or an affidavit that you signed under the pains and penalties of perjury back on January 31st, 2023. Is that correct?
Sorry, what's it about that?
When you're talking about it.
By the way, just as a random aside, I just bought a knife while we were talking. It'll arrive when it arrives. So...
Declaration. You're referring to an affidavit that you filed with the court under the pains and penalties of perjury in January of 2023.
I didn't think it was January, but however, there was only one, so whatever you have.
It's like, okay.
Now, at any point in time were you made aware that there were microscopic pieces of the defendant's tail light as small as 1/60th of an inch by 1/60th of an inch that were found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That were found in Mr. O'Keefe's what?
Mr. O'Keefe's shirts.
I don't remember that specifically.
And that those pieces were then found to be consistent with the defendant's tail light.
Like I said, I don't remember that particular part.
Were you ever shown any material indicating that there was DNA from the defendant's tail light housing that was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked about that myself, but I think the answer I got was no.
Now, were you ever told about a piece of human hair that was found on the right rear quarter panel near the area where there was a dent on the back right of the defendant's vehicle?
No, I don't remember that.
But then you weren't also told that that was then sent out for mitochondrial DNA testing and it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe to a...
Now, there's a question he's not going to ask, and we're going to talk about the question he doesn't ask.
Degree of 99.895%.
You're talking about a hair sample now.
99.895%, by the way, is not that great because there's all sorts of possibilities. That means that there's lots and lots of people who are not excluded. Like, for all I know, I could be still included in that. I've never met John O'Keefe. I've never met his family. I've never met his friends. I've never met anything. And yet, you know, like, that's not super great.
Yeah. No, I didn't have that. Mm-hmm.
Now, Doctor, would you agree that in blunt impact injuries, the characteristics of a blunt object can then be transferred to the victim in the form of pattern abrasions that match the characteristics of that blunt object?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? Well, it means that if you smack somebody with a very, very distinctive thing, like, let's imagine that you have somebody, let's imagine that you've got a textured bat, right? So you have a bat, it's metal, but for some reason they put a texture pattern on it. And then you hit somebody in the face with this textured bat. Well, the texture might imprint on that person, right? You might actually end up, you know, with that. Yeah, he does this. He's like, are you aware, you know, that was testimony under penalty of perjury? And the person's like, uh-huh. And then he's like, okay, I'm not going to suggest that you lied about it. So I'm just trying to think of what a good example of something textured. Let's say you smacked somebody in the face with a keyboard, right? Yeah. Have I considered teaming up with Andrew for Law of Self-Defense for Baldwin? I think he'll be doing it live like you. I think we're probably just both going to be doing it live on our separate pages. I think that's sort of likely how that's going to go. So
now, of the photographs, you reviewed photographs of the scene, photographs of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
You're aware that there were a number of different pieces of the defendant's taillight.
Oh, people are saying I need more context for the hypothetical. Like, you smack somebody with a keyboard, you might leave the keyboard waffle print on them. So basically, he's trying to say, hey, the taillight might have imprinted on it.
That were photographed as well. Did you ever see those?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you recall seeing any piece of a clear plastic taillight piece that was recovered on January 29th, along with Mr. O'Keefe's
Smash the like button, but not with your face.
That had dimpling on the outside of that clear piece of plastic?
I can't. I remember seeing the pictures of the glass fragments, but I don't remember any more specifics than that.
Do you know what a compression abrasion is?
What?
Compression abrasion.
Yeah, although it's not a term we use all the time, but however, yes.
And a compression abrasion can occur when there's direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements that produce skin and epidermal crushing. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have to have some lateral movement as well, though, to get an abrasion.
Now, when you were talking about prior autopsies that you've done involving pedestrian collisions, is it fair to say that most of those pedestrian collisions that you were doing autopsies on involved pedestrians being struck by the front of the vehicle?
Yeah, mostly the front. Mm-hmm.
So mostly it's a pedestrian sort of crossing the street or standing in the street and then struck by the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I think they were all. I have actually done a couple of cases where children were hit by the back of a reversing vehicle. This was in the days before they had the rear videos on cars that they have now. But so those cases were impacts against the back of the vehicle. But most of pedestrian cases, yeah, are, as you say, they're the front of the vehicle hitting the person.
Just briefly on that, as far as the defendant's vehicle itself, are you aware that there were rear backup cameras and a 360-degree overhead view from the back of her vehicle?
I remember reading that, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, understanding what you're talking about as far as a rear vehicle pedestrian collision, is that typically sort of the wear on the vehicle? Let me ask you this first. When you are doing an autopsy,
he's got to keep trying to answer, to ask that question. He's having a rough time with that. He's like, it's like, okay, plan your question, then ask your question.
Autopsy in relation to a pedestrian collision. much of the information that you're gaining about that is what you receive from the investigating agency, whether it's the police or something like that, correct?
It varies a lot from one case to another. Sometimes you get or virtually no information about the accident, because some of these cases I've done, some of them were witnessed, some weren't. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So when they weren't witnessed, and when the person was just found later or sometime afterwards, you wouldn't have necessarily any. The vehicle would typically not be there. These would be hit and run type situations, and
you find a hunter dead by the side of the road. It's clear they've been hit by, a car, but you don't know which car. I mean, Lally doesn't know where he's going. He's kind of just throwing questions at the witness right now, and the hopes that one of those questions is going to turn into some gold. And I can tell you, when you get into this moment where you're just like, I got to throw some questions at this witness for something, it never makes it better. You never actually land that question that like solves your problem. Instead, you tend to just make the witness look smarter than you are, and you tend to make the witness look better, right? And he's just like, I gotta get something. I feel like he is hoping that he's going to get a mic drop moment here, and he's not doing it.
So in those cases, you wouldn't have all that kind of information. So it varies. It varies.
And understanding that it varies, but primarily what I'm saying is whatever information as far as the body comes in and you're going to conduct an autopsy, there would be some information from law enforcement or witness statements or something as to what type of death this is, as far as gunshot wound, stabbing, pedestrian collision, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, in those unwitnessed cases of pedestrians, I might be given the information that it's probably a pedestrian fatality from a car.
The other thing is that even when they're given information, they can't necessarily trust the information, because they might say, hey, listen, somebody might come in and they think it's a pedestrian fatality because they find somebody, by the side of the road, and they find them even with, with tire marks over their body, right? Tire tracks over the person kind of feels like, okay, this guy was hit by a car and run over. But then after they clean them up, they start doing the autopsy. Maybe they see a stab wound and they're like, oh, this guy was probably stabbed to death, and then the body happened to be run over. This is the job of somebody doing an autopsy, is that sometimes your cause of death is not correct, right? Let's say you find the guy, is, with the tire tracks, and then you test their blood and you're like, oh, this person was killed by an overdose. So, yeah.
And when it comes to pedestrian collisions, and most of which that you've seen,
he's trying to get to confirmation bias.
In front of the vehicle, striking a pedestrian on the roadway, is that correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And are you familiar with what role sort of the center of mass of that person versus the center of mass of where they're struck plays in reference to their injuries?
Yeah, that can have a big effect on how the body reacts to the impact. Mm-hmm.
So most of the time when you're talking about sort of lower extremity injuries or pelvic fractures or things like that, that's in a frontal collision with the pedestrian, correct?
Most of them were, yeah. I mean, the ones that involved being backed over, and they were children.
So here he's trying to say you haven't seen many backing over injuries, and somehow when somebody is struck by a vehicle going in reverse, they're not going to break bones. They're not going to get bruises. They're not going to any of this. And I'm going, Lolly, that's not credible, right? It doesn't make any sense that you would have somebody who's struck by a vehicle going in reverse and suddenly, like, how vehicle injuries happen just stops. Oh, and hey, Hollis, good to see you. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Yeah.
I can't remember the exact distribution of their injuries, except the vehicle went right over them. I do remember that. But anyway, the answer to your question, maybe I'm wandering in my mind, so can you ask me again?
I think you've answered it. So my next question, sir, is when it comes to the rear end collisions, primarily being children, you would agree with me that they have a lower center of mass than a 6'1", 200 something.
Oh yeah. Yes.
And so as far as them being run over, they're going to get struck. They're probably going to fall to the ground, and then the vehicle is going to go over, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And so how many autopsies have you conducted in regard to pedestrian collisions where they've been sideswiped by the back of a vehicle?
I can't remember.
He's basically trying to say it's really uncommon that you'd be sideswiped by a reversing vehicle. The problem is that, like, how many did Trooper Paul look at where somebody had been sideswiped by the back of the vehicle? 0. And yet he had all sorts of opinions. So,
can you remember any?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And so if someone is struck by the right rear portion of a vehicle and then projected away from the vehicle based on speed, based on force, based on whatever, would you then expect to see those same type of pelvic fractures or lower extremity injuries that you talked about with a frontal collision?
Well, it depends on the exact position of the victim at the moment of impact. And of course, it could...
It depends is really the best Lolly's going to get. That's a good answer for Lolly, but it's not a great answer. It's like better than what he was getting on everything else.
Be a lot of different things. They could be, the victim could be facing the vehicle, they could be sideways on, they could have their back. But you're going to see bruising somewhere in that area, in one of those areas, either on the back,
and
side,
this is where
whatever,
it goes wrong,
or the front. I would expect to see bruising, significant bruising.
But as you testified earlier on direct, it's sort of dependent or variable depending on how the victim pedestrian interacted with the vehicle. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'd expect bruising for sure. I mean, whether you get fractures and so forth will depend.
I love that this guy, Lolly keeps trying to ask him questions to, like, say, well, isn't it possible that there's no bruising? And he's like, no, you would see bruising. And so every time he keeps asking him the question, he's like, that's not what happened because bruising, right? He keeps bringing it back. I love this guy as a witness because, at least if he's my witness. And against the tide, I assume the people that haven't liked are just the ones listening and not seeing the like reminders I put in the chat. If you haven't liked yet, please do for me. Thank you so much, Against the Tide.
Or for that matter, internal injuries depends on a variety of factors, but you're going to get bruising for sure.
You did see bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, a small bruising. It looked like 2, possibly 3, almost confluent or close together bruises.
Were you aware from the materials that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe was...
So he says you got bruising on the hand that you thought were defensive injuries. So he's like, he's going to say, that's the bruising, right? Yeah.
Last seen sort of on video, exiting from a bar at about 12:11 a.m., holding a cocktail glass in his right hand.
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Were you also aware that there were pieces of the cocktail glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it that were found right in the general vicinity of where his body was found?
That I don't remember.
You talked about a couple of different patterns to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. So my question for you, doctor, is it your testimony that those, what you're terming as animal bites or scratches, were they caused at one time or multiple times, or how many times are we talking about?
You mean on different occasions?
I'm going to wrap the cross-examination. Lally keeps trying to take a swing at this guy and fails. I don't think Lally actually lands a blow against this guy. Now, if you listen to Coffin Daffer, and you shouldn't, but if you are listening to Coffin Daffer, she will say that this guy did terribly because he didn't see various bits of evidence. I don't think he did terribly. I don't think he did terribly at all. I thought he did a good job. Lally tries to take a shot at this guy, tries to undermine him. And I think that the only way that you agree that this guy was rattled at all on cross is if you are already super for conviction. But Coffin Daffer was super in favor of conviction before she heard a single piece of evidence. So somebody says, who is Coffin Daffer? She is a former FBI agent, I think, who has the dumbest takes on everything. So, all right, let us move along to no, why are they doing this? This guy. And this guy, the chat had some thoughts about in every chat I peeked in on. The chat has some thirst for this guy. I see people saying Crash Daddy. Now I'm just going to note, if I made the comments about a female witness that chat is making about a male witness, chat would be judging me pretty harshly. Chat would have some thoughts about this guy or about me if I had that kind of comment. So, chat, we're just going to get it out of our systems right now with this. Which one? Okay, hopefully that's out of your system now that we played the thirst thirst thing there. Now before we get to him, I should catch up on super chats. So let's cover that. Marley Dussault, thank you so much for the membership. Fifi is my name-o. Hello from Bellingham, Washington. What a day. Buckle up. I got to make it to Washington sometime soon because I got some friends there I got to visit. The Watcher, Lolly takes 9 weeks. Defense rebuts in 1.5 days. It's usual that the defense will have fewer witnesses than the prosecution. Steve A. Timer, 113-5132. Will we make it to expert? Fair. Charlie Lynn, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Little Biddle, thank you for the membership. Charlie Lynn, thank you for the membership there. Lucy P, thank you for the gifted membership. Jordan L, imagine not watching the Oilers win the Stanley Cup. I mean, I'm doing it right now. Steve Kelsey, someone please show the Arca boys Joe Paul's report. It'll change their opinion. Don't let Karen Reed go free before they see it. It'll prove her guilt and stuff. That last bit is the giveaway that Steve Kelsey is trolling in the funniest way. So props on quality trolling. Candy Marie, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Krista Bolster Robichaud, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Becky, my favorite part of Monday. Mine too. Fifi is my name-o. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Lynn Britton, do you think we'll have a verdict tomorrow? Would not surprise me. I sure would love her not guilty for my 60th birthday. We had a rough start, but made it to our vacation spot. I think it's entirely possible that we'll see a verdict really quickly. We'll see. So, yeah. Just because he's Irish and in a small room with multiple air conditioners, he probably needs like 50 humidifiers. Fair. Ron 9mm, hey, Ian, if you find yourself near Jackson Hole, WY, I forget which state that is, you should come to one of our USP, PSA IPSC matches. I'll lend you whatever equipment you need. I may take you up on that. So Brentwood Cheek, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Caitlin Moore, super curious on your thoughts on jury instructions. We'll talk about that. Did they get to jury instructions today, or they're going to have a whole lot of jury instructions? They're going to argue about it and so forth. So Rainman YYC, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Volkus, how often do witnesses keep talking after there's an objection in your experience, Ian? Depends on the witness. Some of them do it all the time. PJF, by the way, off topic, the new 2024 D&D Players Handbook. Thoughts, and are you a rules lawyer? Not really a rules lawyer, and I haven't seen it yet. I got to pick it up. Teeny Murph, Runkle will keep his hot sauce in the mini fridge because that is his skincare. Lol, love it. Rainman YYC, would it be out of order to take the opportunity at each sidebar to say, Your Honor, did certified Trooper Paul as an expert witness? Ooh, that might be a little too much shade. Marvin CZ, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Melissa K, can't say for 100% certainty that a dog bit him, but I can with 100% certainty say that a taillight didn't bite him. Yeah. The Great Big Geek. Ian, do you think Lolly is the only person in Canton who thinks she did it? It's the vibe I'm getting from the trial. Haha. I think there's probably some other people, but Lolly seems committed. Sylvia's daughter, thank you so much. Nicholas Starro says, question, can you mount a yeet cannon on a Franken truck? You can. Dame Lapine, thank you for the YouTube membership. So, Marcelo Frias, no, let's pretend Lolly doesn't exist. I beg you. I'm sorry. He does. Volkus, as someone that's been hit by a car doing 50 kilometers an hour, I went 10 feet and was scratched/bruised to hell, as opposed to 30 feet. Yep. John Duncan, I feel sorry for the trooper, for the officer the trooper Paul was teaching. That's how you get your career off to the wrong start. We taught him wrong as a joke. Laura Liani, this witness and the 2 ARCA FBI witnesses sealed it. I thought they did a great job. Dame Lapine, frozenish grass and the ground still gives in. Yep. Mini R, vampire hours equals delayed sleep phase disorder. Comes with ADHD. Only a disorder because morning people set the schedule. It's only 1 a.m. here. Yeah, I feel that in the ideal world, I'd be able to like stay up until 2 a.m. and that would be just fine. Or 4 a.m. or 6 a.m. or Heather's budgeting. Barely scraped my arm on my work truck. Abrasion smaller than a dime. Bruise was the size of my palm. I can't see how he didn't have a bruise from a car hitting him. It's weird. AK, you knock over the knife block and try to catch it. Cut. There's a rule, which is a falling knife has no handle. Do not try to catch a falling knife. Wendy Wilkinson saw far too many dog bite patients as an emergency registered nurse, majority children. Maulings can be absolutely horrific. Also saw dog bites that looked like this. Yep. And B, love you, Runkle. You're the real deal. Thank you so much. What, if any, side quest are we sort of on? This man has seen some serious shit. Yep. Anybody who does, don't get into being a coroner or a forensic pathologist or anything like that if you're not ready to see some horrible stuff. One of my dad's friends was a pathologist, and she got recruited to help with, this was early in her career before she got her full certification. She got recruited to help out with people are saying Wyoming. I see that. She got recruited to help out with a guy who tried to unalive himself. And it was pretty horrible. Oh, and we got Court TV in the chat. Awesome. Who in the chat is already writing the fanfic? Lots of the chat. What the guy did is he jumped off a bridge into water, or at least he wanted to jump into water. But what he did was he looked off the bridge and he saw a tugboat and he thought, I don't want to hit the tugboat. I don't want to hit the tugboat. So he waits for the tugboat to pass by. And then he goes. And behind the tugboat was a barge, and the barge was full of wood chips, cedar chips, and so they were very soft. He survived because the people operating the tugboat saw him land and immediately got him care. Unfortunately, he sustained several broken bones and so forth. He was taken to the hospital, but cedar has a particularly nasty feature, which is cedar is very slivery, and the slivers that you get from cedar have this tendency to infect and get really gross and unpleasant. So they had several doctors in rotation going over this guy with tweezers, pulling out those slivers, and every sliver they missed in every awkward little weird place infected and then had to be pulled out afterwards. So that was her job for like a week of that. So if you're thinking medicine is glamorous, sometimes it's not glamorous. Sometimes it's going through and like finding the sliver you missed on some guy's taint. So Also, if you're feeling like this is if you're feeling depressed, call a hotline, because sometimes it doesn't work out and you don't want that to be you. Okay, back to super chats, which will be happier. Andrew Shire says, Sandra Birchmore, a case that involves a lot of the same police players, of whom SA her since the time she was 15, just ruled a homicide finally. Ooh, I got to look into that one. A lot of people have mentioned it. Lilith, my theory is that the dog Chloe ran at John O'Keefe, knocking him backwards, hitting his head, killing him. It's a much more plausible theory. Then she grabs his arm, pulling at him repeatedly, and flips him onto his stomach. That's a much more plausible theory. David Reese, Bev, no one testified about the tail light being found in his clothes. Paula Cenex says, oh, a free chat. Thanks for your coverage, Ian. Thank you so much, Paula. Wendy Wilkinson, DNA on tail light, but no blood. Could be touch or transfer DNA. Who knows what happened to clothes, plastic pieces in weeks before lab. I mean, yeah, it could have been all sorts of things. Ella, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Holden Menards, why is the Crown doing this? It's the Commonwealth rather than the Crown, but yes, why not drop the charges? I don't know. I would have dropped these charges. I was expecting their case to get better than it did. It never got better. It's just awful. Salt Life Girl defense witnesses were what I've been waiting for the entire trial. What they said actually made sense. Lally ended the case by helping defense, in my opinion, with the last witness. Lally was crushed. I haven't seen the last witness because people wanted to see my reaction to it live, so we're going to do that. Moselle Conger says, what does the night before closing arguments usually look like for you? Tomorrow will be interesting for sure. I'm sure it's a late night that they're working on it. Marielle, will these I don't remember be a problem to the jury? Maybe. I don't think so. Outside the Box is 1 month of officially loving your brains and snark. Thank you so much. Cat in Virginia, Buddy built a cannon. Oh, this guy is awesome. I will say that. Improv Man, Chad is single. You aren't. Even if I was single, people would think it was creepy if I was like, ooh, this is hot. This person is hot. So I'm not doing that. The Majestic American Woodcock, imagine thinking the Oilers won't choke up and keep the cup out of Canada for another 30 years. Ouch. I don't want the riots that would cause. Unseen King, is this trial done already? How time flies. It's been 87 years. Merzelina V, but he's cute and built a cannon. Nerd is hot. Fair, the cannon is pretty awesome. What if any side quest are we sort on? Comes now. Yeet Cannon of Justice. The cannon is cool. Chess Inventory, glad I have to explain that sound to my family. Sorry about that. Hallie Taylor, thank you so much. That's very generous. And Squinting Cat, same. Thank you so much. Nanner, I'm a 2 to 3 a.m. person. This trial is screwing with me. Me too. Al Bauman, do prosecutors tell juries, but we had so many more witnesses to overwhelm a jury, or would that not work? You can't say we had more witnesses. If you had the witnesses, call the witnesses. Jackie Lindy, Runkle, you're such a nice guy. I wouldn't exclude you if it were 99.999% certainty. Also, 99.85% sounds like only 2 to 3 sigma, not 5 sigma of certainty. Yep. AT1CVB41, Lally states frozen ground. The week plus had temps above freezing. Also takes a lot more than 32 Fahrenheit to freeze ground. Yep, I don't think the ground would have been that hard frozen. Mama Bear, my neurospicy son has always been a night owl. Now he works second shift and loves it. Awesome. Shirley Temple, Runkle, my fam and I enjoy your so yeah. It's a mental tick or a verbal tick. Stephanie 1208 tweeted you vid of Lally after end of case. I'm guessing he didn't look so confident. Kristen M96, as a juror who hasn't been able to talk about this case, I'd have to spend at least an hour. What the fuck was that? Oh, and not guilty. They might actually spend some time going, so that was stupid, wasn't it? Jen B, possible dumb question. If a juror saw the Ramsey vid, could they use that in deliberations? No, it's not evidence in this case. Technically, that video has nothing to do with this case, right? Correct. If it wasn't called as evidence, they're not supposed to use it. Whether or not they do is another question. But Morgan, I was minding my own business as a paralegal when the Upper Big Branch mine explosion autopsy photos hit my desk. Those crispy critters stuck with me. Yeah, that would. Michael deleted. Infected Taint Sliver is my favorite punk band. Man Bear Pig. Lally is like the preacher in that TV movie The Day After, giving his sermon in the rubble. Like what he has to say matters after what we've seen. Yep. Anna Anoyment Park, waking up at 3 a.m. to get Runkle recaps. Thank you, Runkle. Thank you. Azam Nuraza Jumberi. Ian, you're officially my top 3 favorite lawyers on YouTube. Thank you so much. I hope to reach top 1. Smillel says, sad. 1, whoever responsible for what really happened will never be held accountable. 2, if Karen Reed would have had or wouldn't have had sufficient financial means, she would have been convicted. I'm sure that is true. Joy W101, I think we rarely get through a stream without some mention of taint. Lol. Fair. Charlie Lynn, Lally has no shame or dignity. He aims to deceive and confuse. This judge is a disgrace and has no interest in justice or impropriety. We'll have to see. Katie Cotton, my mom said nerds made the best husbands. She was right. I think so. Megan, a.k.a. Meg is autistic. I'm Australian. This trial is bad for my sleep. I'm sorry. And Kat, thanks for keeping me entertained while I work. Thank you so much. Now, I had somebody on Twitter who was challenging all of the people who are... they were challenging all of the people commenting on this trial. They're saying, if you don't believe or if you're not convinced about the prosecution's case, give me a better theory. And so I created a video that is a better theory of what happened. So this is the better theory. Maggie did it. That's the better theory. Hopefully that doesn't take down the stream, but like, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we got Rob Price saying, so what are the chances the FBI may go after the prosecution after this trial, as they clearly should have dropped the case? I think 0% unless they find like some smoking gun email or something. Seamus James, John O'Keefe / Karen Reed argued, dropped John O'Keefe at 34 Fahrenheit, drunk fight in basement with dog jumping in, accident, panic. In the AM, Karen Reed calls. Jen McCabe and Brian Albert scramble to frame drunk Karen Reed. That is a lot more plausible. Yep. So, okay, let's have a look at this guy. Let's go.
Michael Wolfe, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Dr. Wolfe, what do you do for a living?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And what is ARCA exactly?
So ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines that include human factors, biomechanics, crashworthiness, accident reconstruction, just to name a few.
So this guy, once again, is really, really qualified. He's got all sorts of, training and education and so forth. The other thing, and this never happens, just never happens, is that these are defense experts that the defense didn't hire and isn't paying. And that is insane. That is insane because, that just never happens, that you've got these witnesses that just, according to this jury, they're basically like, from the jury's perspective, these are basically just going to be witnesses who are like, nobody is getting paid on this one. They're just people sort of from the woodwork. The downside, it's really unfortunate that the defense can't say, oh, yes, these are actually, that these are, hey, these are FBI agent or FBI hired. That would have been great for the defense to say these are FBI people, but that's not something that they can tender. But this notion that the defense brought in independent witnesses who have no stake in things are just like, that's exceptional. It's just I've never had that like in one of my cases. So, yep.
Based on your title, it sounds like you're the director of the entire accident reconstruction format for ARCA, correct?
That is correct.
What sort of
I am in charge of everything. So, yeah. Okay, let us jump ahead a little bit because this guy is an expert in everything. We want to skip past all the degrees. Yeah.
to effectively and scientifically reconstruct it to your satisfaction?
No, not at all. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, in my world in civil litigation, oftentimes by the time a case comes across my desk, it's, the accident happened 5 years ago. Some I've even had 10 or 15 years ago. So getting access to the vehicle at that point, it's going to be a long shot.
So he's basically saying, I don't usually need that. Good night, Court TV. It's good to see you. And yes, I saw somebody saying, excellent work on the nameplates. Love the nameplates on the witnesses. It's awesome.
Are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Describe those, please.
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. I'm also a member of the National...
Stop. You're so qualified. So qualified. And I'm just like, oh my God. We're just going to have to jump ahead. Because otherwise...
Again, if it's an instance where you have something that ends up falling on someone's head and you have an understanding of the forces involved in that, we perform testing with hybrid dummies.
Have you ever authored any peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, it's still going. Like, how can this guy be so qualified? It's kind of disgusting.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolf, and your consultation, you and I had never met.
That's correct.
You did not know who I was.
I did not.
You'd never met Ms. Little.
No.
Mr. Unetti.
No.
Matter of fact, you'd never heard of this case.
That's correct.
I love that. And I have never gotten to use that argument, and I never will, most likely. Like, just you're a defense expert, but we didn't hire you. We didn't tell... Because juries always think that experts were basically just told what to say, right? This guy, they can't make that argument. Shirley Temple says, I never meant to insult. I'm not insulted. We're good. We enjoy your commentary tremendously and respect you more. Smile, please. I was shocked about what happened to Turtle Boy. It's all good, Shirley. We're good. I saw that in the chat and I was like, oh, I better address that. This guy's got all of the qualifications and he's coming in just with like, I have no dog in this. It's amazing.
You were hired by another agency not connected in any way to the defense, is that right?
Correct.
And not connected in any way to the Commonwealth, is that right?
Correct.
So your analysis and your conclusions and your opinions are completely independent of the defense and the Commonwealth in this case, is that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, you can ask it differently.
Sustained, but the jury already heard that one.
When you did your analysis and conclusions, well, let me ask it this way. You finalized your report, you and your team, correct?
Correct.
That report is contained in a multi-page document that was submitted following your analysis and your opinions and conclusions, right?
Correct.
The defense didn't have anything to do with that, correct?
Correct.
You'd never met us, didn't know who we were when you did this.
Correct.
You'd never met Mr. Lally, didn't know who he was when you did this.
Correct.
So your analysis, opinions, testing, and conclusions were requested by a completely separate agency.
That is correct.
All right.
Completely separate agency. He so badly wants to say who the agency was, and he knows he can't. So, yeah.
Goes without saying, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. You haven't been paid by the defense?
You have not paid us anything, no.
And you don't work for us?
That's correct.
Who's the better lawyer for the defense, Jackson or Lally? What are your thoughts? Jackson. I mean, I appreciate the shade, but Lally did try to come out swinging. Lally's just got bad. I don't think Lally's an awful lawyer. I'm just going to say this. I don't think Lally is a bad lawyer. I think he is just, got shit facts.
Matter of fact, I've never asked you specific questions about your testing before today.
That is correct.
Your work product.
You never get to do this and go over just how, how much this person is independent. It's so awesome. This is a treat you never get.
The report that you provided was provided both to the defense as well as the Commonwealth. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you were equally available to both sides?
In terms of them reaching out?
Correct.
Yes.
And I called you ultimately after receiving your report, asked if you join us and testify, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
I want to see him on direct on a case where the facts are not so shitty, because he's incoherent on direct because he's kind of working around shit facts. That's
Were you
fair.
and your team asked to undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Was your team asked to do this by the agency that ultimately retained you, not us?
That's correct.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team who would ultimately undertake this job of accident reconstruction?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
What was
The reason why they can't say FBI and neither side can say FBI is because they're not allowed to tell the jury that there's an FBI investigation, because that would incredibly prejudice the jury to hear that there's an FBI investigation. So, yeah.
Dr. Rentschler's role in this case, as it's distinguished from your role in the case?
Certainly. So Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, and ultimately he assessed whether or not there was a mechanism for the injuries of Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what was your focus? If he's talking about the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, what was your focus in your reconstruction and your analysis?
I would simply say it was looking more at the damage to the vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of your team and the responsibilities of each of the team members, you were more focused on the damage to the SUV. Dr. Rentschler was more focused on the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I think that's
Leading,
a fair
but nobody's gonna
characterization,
object.
although with the caveat that we worked together as a team. So we weren't isolated kind of in those areas, not speaking to each other. We certainly worked together on the analysis.
Understood. Were you provided or did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes.
What were you provided?
We were provided photographs of the incident location. We were provided photographs of the Lexus. There were a couple of incident reports that we received. I could look at my report for the full list, but those were the ones.
You can go ahead and do that, Doctor.
Do you have the report with you?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy of it. Is this faster?
Sure. If you-
May I?
Sure.
I hope not. I mean, if she loses, there's going to be an appeal. 100% chance that if she loses, there's going to be an appeal, because I can tell you, I can see several different grounds of appeal that we've had already. But what I suspect is that she's going to get acquitted. I suspect. I mean, I'm not 100%. I'm 70, 80% that she's going to get acquitted, but that's not 100 by any stretch. And so if she gets acquitted, then that's it. That's over. It's done. In Canada, they would retry her. So
How many categories of materials were you provided?
Provided, it would be approximately 10.
Could you list those off?
100%, if she's convicted, she will be going into jail that day. And I will say, if I was her lawyer, I would, even though I'm fairly confident that she's getting acquitted, I would still tell her to show up ready to possibly go into jail. Canada can retry on acquittal. Canada doesn't have double jeopardy attach until the matter is ultimately concluded, which includes the possibility of prosecution, appeals, and new trials being ordered. So double jeopardy only attaches after that is ultimately concluded. It's a very different double jeopardy rule in Canada versus the US. And there have been some trials where I think it has resulted in what might be an injustice.
Yours, please.
It would be the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570, report of autopsy, and autopsy photographs.
Based on these data that you were provided, were you able to satisfactorily, to your mind, satisfactorily engage in the consultation that you were hired to do?
Yes.
And come up with some opinions and conclusions based on scientific certainty?
Yes.
Did you review scene photographs of the alleged incident?
Yes, sir.
What information were you able to glean or gather from your review of the photographs, from the scene specifically?
So from those photographs, I was able to identify there was fragments of transparent red, clear plastic. There also appeared to be pieces of chrome and black plastic. I also observed what appeared to be glass fragments along with a black drinking straw.
Now, this is important in some ways that he mentions the drinking straw. And the reason why I'm going to point this out as important is because previously they'd tried to say, like, oh, look, it doesn't have anything, you didn't do a proper analysis because you didn't consider the drinking straw. And he's like, I totally considered the drinking straw because I kind of feel like this guy is, this guy could be a secret agent or something. He's like, I have already considered the drinking straw. I mean, they could totally cast this guy in a movie, 100%. Wouldn't this guy make a decent, James Bond? I would watch a James Bond movie with this guy cast as James Bond. Is the Bond casting, do they accept write-in nominations? This guy'd make a great James Bond. Just imagine him right now with a little tiny Walther in his hand. Yeah.
Did you also review some videos?
Yes.
That was out at the scene, maybe a leaf blower?
Correct. It appeared to be daytime, yes.
Okay. What did you note about the photography at the scene of the items that were being photographed?
Well, I think one thing that comes to mind is it was a little bit difficult to follow the evidence, so to speak. So typically, when I go out and do an inspection, especially of a fresh incident, let's say I've got a debris field or I've got tire marks, what I like to do is kind of step into the scene, if you will, where you take global perspective shots, and then you step into a specific piece of evidence so that you can, at a later point in time, identify where that evidence is. I noted that in a lot of these photographs, I didn't see a whole lot of that stepping in. It was essentially just zoomed right into where that evidence is, but not really having a great understanding of where was it relative to all of the other evidence.
Or when it got there.
Correct.
Based on your review of all the materials that you described for the court, did you get an understanding of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case is, specifically that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the Lexus SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that the allegations before the court were that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction specifically focused on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization.
And reversing that, was your accident reconstruction also focused on whether or not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. During your analysis, did you note the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Describe that, please.
So the primary damage was to the right taillight. It appeared to be fractured with the majority of the lens cover, so that clear and red plastic covering missing from it. In addition to that, if you're looking at the back of the vehicle, to the left of that, in the area above there's also another tail lamp assembly on the lift gate. So above that assembly, there was a small dent along with some paint chips on the bumper, more so on the wraparound section as it kind of curves around to the right side of the vehicle. There appeared to be some superficial scratches as well in that area.
Was there any other damage or deformation that you were able to glean from your review?
Glean is an excellent word.
Damage to the Lexus, the bumpers, the panels, the quarter panel, the sheet metal, anything like that?
No, the rest was remarkably intact.
Is it common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet metal deformation that's concomitant to that.
Absolutely. Assuming a pedestrian is positioned in a normal upright position, you certainly would expect to see damage to the bumper. In a lot of cases, what happens is, the bumper is just clipped on. So again, the force of that impact will oftentimes cause the bumper to kind of become unmounted or unclipped. You certainly could see deformation to body paneling, such as the lift gate or the quarter panel as well.
Is that especially true at higher speeds, meaning above 15 miles per hour or so?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Was there any apparent damage to the Lexus that appeared consistent with any kind of pedestrian interaction that you saw?
No, it was really confined to just the taillight, a very isolated portion of the vehicle.
During your review and your investigation, did you note information concerning items that were supposedly found on the bumper?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was noted there was 2 apparent glass fragments located on the top bumper cover.
What's the significance of the presence of those items or the lack of materiality of those items in your view?
Well, again, I think this, going back to the scene evidence, again, we knew that there was glass fragments, what appeared to be from a drinking glass, at the scene of the alleged incident.
Is there any glass?
Now we're going to hear that he got to do the coolest thing to test the glass theory. I am envious of his job. We're going to talk about that because he got to do the coolest thing.
Consistent with the glass that was supposedly found on the bumper, in the taillight housing, the taillight mechanism, anything from the car, from the Lexus, that would account for that glass?
Okay, I think I understand. So the taillight itself is not comprised of any glass. It is all plastic. So that damage, or I should say that glass on the top bumper cover could not have come from the right taillight.
Now, based on your review of the information that was provided to you, did you undertake any testing of that vehicle? I'm sorry, any testing concerning the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe what that testing was?
So we performed, again, this is with Dr. Rentschler and I working together on this again. We performed projectile testing to the tail lamp with a drinking glass as well as a hybrid head form.
Okay, so we're gonna go back here, and I just want you to. We're gonna take it down to 1 speed, and we're gonna just watch his lips when he starts talking
plastic.
about this.
So that damage, or I should say that glass on the top bumper cover could not have come from the right taillight.
Now, based on your review of the information that was provided to you, did you undertake any testing of that vehicle? I'm sorry, any testing concerning the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe what that testing was?
So we performed, again, this is...
You can see he's got that, like, the smile that he's trying to suppress. He's like, yes, we did. He's kind of got this like, oh, yes, we did.
With Dr. Rentschler and I working together on this again, we performed projectile testing to the tail lamp with a drinking glass as well as a hybrid head form.
Let's take those one at a time. How would you describe the drinking glass test?
Certainly. So again, from our review of the evidence, we knew that we had an isolated portion of damage to Lexus confined to the taillight. So we know that we're dealing with potentially a small object that could have created that. Looking at, again, the evidence in terms of the scene photographs, we know that we have a damaged drinking glass at the scene in the vicinity of the fragments of the taillight. So the theory that Dr. Rentschler and I put forward is potentially an individual threw this drinking glass at the back of the Lexus, causing the taillight to fracture.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. You and Dr. Rentschler formed that theory and wanted to test that theory, correct?
Yes.
You were not told that theory by the defense because you've never met us?
Correct.
You were not told that theory by the Commonwealth. You've never met them, correct?
Correct.
Your theory was the product of simply having some facts extant in the data. You had a broken drinking glass, a broken taillight. Let's put them together and figure out if the drinking glass could be responsible for the taillight and vice versa.
Absolutely, yes.
And that was your determination of, well, we were given instructions to reconstruct this. Let's look at every single angle, correct?
Absolutely. And I will note, as part of the engagement with the entity that retained us, we were asked not to do any outside research or investigation of the case. It was to be based solely on the evidence that we were provided.
Okay. As a matter of fact, and importantly, while you were doing your testing, had you ever even heard of the Karen Reed case?
No.
So getting back to that testing, and I interrupted your flow, you were looking at whether or not the glass could have produced the damage to the rear taillight that you saw, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do in furtherance of making a determination about whether or not
How'd you do the test? How'd you do the test?
that was possible?
Certainly. So myself and one of our lab technicians at ARCA, we designed and developed a pressurized air cannon. So it was capable of firing a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially sent
You can see, look at his face. He's trying to keep from smiling.
a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially sent, you can think of it kind of as a giant cannon, but it had a barrel, and then there was a valve that would open rapidly, and directly behind that was a pressurized vessel. And depending on the pressure, the PSI of that vessel, would determine essentially the speed at which that glass would be projected into the taillight.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Oh man, I love that. I mean, it's a potato cannon basically, but shooting drinking glasses, and I'm going, wow. Wow. And he's got this big grin. I kind of want to take this clip, like this little bit, and use it as career advice for, like, you know, every once in a while you've got somebody who's like a young kid and they're looking for career advice. And I just want to, like, share this clip and just be like, find yourself a job that makes you do this. Find yourself a job that makes you occasionally get to have that big grin and say, yeah, it's pretty awesome, right? Find that job. It exists for, you know, and if you can find that job, you're going to be okay. Even though lots of his job, I'm betting, sucks. Like, it's not all shooting glasses at speed. It's not all, you know, really cool stuff, but I'm sure there's lots of paperwork. I'm sure there's lots of things, but every once in a while, when you get to make that grin, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. And, yeah, I'm just like, oh man, that is so cool. You know what the other thing is? I wonder if they still have the glass shooting cannon, because I would totally love to buy the glass shooting cannon from them if I could. So, yeah.
Pretty cool job. Tell me what the results of your testing was.
And Jackson's like, pretty cool job. I'm just sitting here running a trial. My job kind of sucks comparatively. He's like, Jackson just had like job envy right there. So
this pneumatic cannon that would fire the drinking glass.
Certainly. So we performed 2 different tests in terms of speeds. The target speeds were 30 and 40 miles per hour.
Why was that?
Well, so with consultation with Dr. Rentschler, he indicated that is a reasonable speed at which an adult male, or an individual for that matter, could throw a drinking glass at the taillight.
Had anybody up to that point, told you any specific, let me see if I can rephrase that. Had anybody indicated that there was any evidence whatsoever that John O'Keefe had thrown a drinking glass at the taillight?
No.
Was this another example of you and Dr. Rentschler and your team just exploring sort of every possibility and working a little bit in the blind?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was the reason that you decided, or you and your team decided, that you wanted to approximate how a grown man could throw a glass at a taillight?
Well, I think we wanted to have an understanding is when a projectile such as a drinking glass interacted with the taillight, would we get damage on the test taillight that was consistent with that of the subject taillight?
Understood. So based on your theory, were you able to approximate the damage on the taillight?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
So as I mentioned, we ran two tests. The target speeds were at 30 and 40 miles per hour. And there was a little bit of variability in terms of what our target was and what we actually achieved. So the achieved speeds were at 31 miles per hour and 37 miles per hour. So there's just depending on how the glass leaves the barrel and some of the rotation can affect some of the speed, or ultimately the end result speed to that. So what I will say, though, is that with the 37 mile per hour projectile into the taillight, we noted and observed that there was damage that was consistent with that of the subject tail lamp, and that the test tail lamp had the majority of the outer lens fractured and missing, broken into pieces, as well as some underlying damage to some of the internal components as well.
Now, I'm just going to note here, this is actually not necessarily super great for Karen Reed, because who would have thrown the glass? The thrown glass, the thrown glass would have probably been John O'Keefe, right? John O'Keefe yeets the glass. Now, that doesn't say that he, that she hit him, but it's still like, is that kind of a thing? Is that, what happened there? So I don't know, right? I don't know. If I was Lally, I would try to use that, right? I would try to say, maybe he threw the glass. The problem is that this blows up Lally's theories of how the glass ends up where it is and all of that. So I don't know, right? But the thing is at this stage, it's like, I don't know what happened. So yeah, did he throw the glass? Did he all of that? Like, but if he threw the glass, what does that mean? What happens here, right? How does that work?
Are you saying, well, let me ask a different.
I see somebody saying no, it was whoever set her up. They wouldn't have been able to throw the glass at that point, right? So,
question. You were able to replicate the damage to the taillight using a pneumatic cannon firing a glass at 37 miles an hour directly at the taillight, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would also shatter the glass too, correct?
Correct.
Did you do any testing about whether or not that damage to the taillight could be produced by a person simply holding a glass and being hit by the car driving in reverse?
We didn't do any testing of that, and primarily because, again, if we're looking at the arm and its total length, right? We only have a narrow damage pattern, which on the taillight, if you think about where where it meets the lift gate into where it starts to wrap around to the side of the vehicle, that's only about 6.5 inches in width.
All right. When you fired the glass into the taillight was static. In other words, it was not going to move. It was immovable at that point, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the glass is hurling through the air at 37 miles an hour and hits a static object that's resisting, and that smash is what produced ultimately the taillight damage that you were able to replicate. Is that right?
Yes.
If a person were holding in his hand the glass and the taillight were to hit that hand, the hand would not remain static, correct?
Objection.
Leading.
Sustained. Asked it differently, Mr. Jackson.
If the taillight were the taillight were to make contact with a person holding a glass, would that replicate what you did in terms of your firing a glass into the taillight? In other words, are they apples and apples?
No, I don't think it would be the same.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, again, the damage to the back of the Lexus, again, is confined to just that roughly, again, when we're talking about the taillight itself, that 6.5-inch section in width.
Right.
So it's inconsistent with the total length of the arm, and certainly from discussion with Dr. Rentschler, inconsistent with the injuries to the arm.
So given everything in your investigation was revealed concerning this testing, are you saying that the taillight was damaged by John O'Keefe holding a drinking glass that was hit by an SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Leading.
You, in all the information that you were provided, you were not provided anything that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
There we approach.
Yeah, it's just, yes.
He's like, can we sort this out? Like, let me just see here.
You are unmuted.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight?
No information.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe may have had a pneumatic cannon with him that night?
I'm not aware.
What information did you have that John O'Keefe may have had a pneumatic cannon with him that night? He's just having fun with it. He's just having fun with it, and it's hilarious.
That John O'Keefe.
No information.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight?
No information.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe may have had a pneumatic cannon with him that night?
I'm not aware of any information regarding that.
All right.
Oh, did Edmonton lose? Sorry to anyone who's downtown.
You also did some testing concerning a drop test. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us about
Coffin Daffer is going to be there going, she sneezed. That's clearly a sign of guilt.
that drop testing.
Certainly. So, again, through discussion with Dr. Rentschler, it was my understanding that Mr. O'Keefe had a skull fracture on the back of his head. So we wanted to do an evaluation of the interaction between the back of a head. In this case, we used again, talking about that instrumented dummy again, we used the instrumented hybrid head form to perform a drop test to evaluate the forces of an interaction between a taillight from the Lexus and the human head.
What height did you choose to perform this drop test?
7.5 feet.
Why did you choose that height?
Well, if you calculate it through physics and the acceleration due to gravity, that would equate to an impact speed of 15 miles per hour at that height.
And what was the significance of 15 miles per hour?
Well, that was essentially kind of a starting point for us, if you will. So I will tell you that in reverse, 15 miles an hour is fast. I don't know if you've ever looked at your speedometer when you're pulling into your driveway, reversing into a parking stall. Most people probably don't go more than 5 miles an hour or so. So 15 miles an hour in reverse is fast, especially when we're talking about, it's my understanding it was nighttime. There was winter conditions, potentially wet or icy roads. So again, that speed is going to be what I would say on the high end for going in reverse. So also in addition to with respect to kind of just the the nature of that speed. It's my understanding through discussion with Dr. Rentschler that at 15 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries to the human body when it makes contact with a vehicle. And I think one last point is that we needed to pick a speed where, again, this is kind of just us brainstorming, where we would have damage to the taillight, right? It would fracture it, but it wouldn't completely obliterate it. So we knew if we chose a speed, for instance, of 40 miles an hour, we know we're going to completely essentially explode the taillight. But if we do, 1 mile an hour, we may not do anything to it, right? So we kind of had to pick a middle ground to again, cause damage to the taillight.
By the way, Lolly is going to leap on this, and I think Lolly scores a win kind of deceptively, right? So we'll talk about that.
What was your conclusion with following that testing? What was your conclusion with regard to whether or not it was consistent or inconsistent with the damage to the truck, the taillight was consistent or inconsistent with making contact with John O'Keefe's head at or above 15 miles an hour?
So strictly speaking to a damage perspective, the 15 mile an hour interaction between the hybrid head form and the test tail lamp produced significantly more damage than that of the subject vehicle. So that indicates that, again, the damage on the subject taillight was less than that of the test taillight.
Okay, so basically saying that it would have been less than that, right? So that's interesting, right? I thought that was real interesting.
So if I were to ask you whether or not there would be more or less damage to the taillight if you increase the speed to 24 miles an hour, what is your conclusion?
Well, you're talking about significantly more kinetic energy. So if you just think about it from, again, a kinetic energy standpoint, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass and the velocity squared. So if you're squaring that velocity and you're going from 15 up to 24 miles per hour, you're going to get a significant amount of more energy associated with that. Probably, I could pull up my calculator, but you're probably looking at 2.5 more times energy than the 15 mile an hour test.
Which means 2.5 more times the damage to the taillight?
Certainly.
Which you did not see in your review of the materials, correct?
Correct.
So what is your opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the taillight was caused by striking John O'Keefe's head?
From a damage standpoint, it was inconsistent.
I want to shift gears back to
So they're basically saying the theory that she smoked him with the taillight is wrong. Now, here's the thing. Ultimately, it is possible that Karen Reed hit him. The problem is that the prosecution doesn't know how. They've got their best guess from Trooper Paul. And Trooper Paul is, and let's be fair to him, a complete idiot. Trooper Paul doesn't know shit, right? So, we don't know what happened, but I don't believe the Commonwealth theory. I'm going to end the poll here. We are at 94% saying not guilty, 2% saying guilty, and that's probably people misclicking, and 2% saying don't know. And 0% other.
the injuries that you saw concerning Mr. O'Keefe's arm, his right arm. During the course of your investigation, did you look at photographs and investigate the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, sir.
What's the width of the taillight? Specifically from where it meets the lift gate to the left side. I'm sorry, to the side of the vehicle, the right side of the vehicle.
To the right. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that is about 6.5 inches. It starts to wrap around to the right side. So really, it's even though the taillight continues, it's not projecting out on the back end more. It's again wrapping around. So in terms of the width that is facing the rear, if you will, it's about 6.5 inches.
And you noted that there was a dent and some paint chips that you identified above the lift gate, correct?
Correct.
How far away from the right side of the vehicle were those scratches and that dent?
Approximately 20 inches.
What was the significance of that distance?
Well, again, to go back to your question about, I think if somebody was holding a drinking glass, right, and their arm was extended to cause that damage, or if it's theorized that those dents and chips were from that. Again, the thing that sticks out to me is that you have essentially the Lexus taillight.
So ask another question.
What's the significance of
The issue there is that the witness was just kind of going on and telling a story as opposed to answering the specific questions. So she's like, follow up with that.
of whether or not there was damage between the dent and the taillight? In other words, that 20-inch area. Was it dented? Was it harmed in any way?
So in terms of, again, if we're talking about, again, looking at the back of the vehicle and we go to kind of where that right tail lamp just meets the lift gate, as I mentioned, there's another lamp assembly on the lift gate itself. There's also a chrome trim piece above that, and then certainly the body paneling to the lift gate itself. And I think what stood out to me is that between that dent and the fractured taillight, there was no observable damage to that area, which I would have expected had an arm been positioned there.
So basically, this guy who literally did not care a whit about this trial comes in and says, hey, the prosecution's theory is garbage. Doesn't have a dog in this fight. Just going where the science takes him. And you know what? If this guy had come back and said it absolutely was a vehicle on pedestrian strike, absolutely, they would have, Lolly would have been loving this guy. So I don't know how Lolly argues this case tomorrow without totally discarding Trooper Paul's theory of the crash. And if he does that, I don't know how he has any credibility to the jury. I want to see his close because I think his close is going to be unhinged. So I'm just going to ask here, jury verdict, guilty, acquittal, and our third option, hung jury.
Can you calculate, or could you calculate, or did you calculate the amount of force that would be required to strike a person just only on the outstretched portion of his arm in order to project him a number of feet, for instance, 30 feet in one direction or another?
Okay, I just want to make sure. Objection.
Take a distance out of it. Break it down.
I'll ask you the same question, but without the 30 feet.
Okay.
Were you able to calculate, or could you calculate the force that would be required to strike a person on his outstretched arm hard enough to spin him around and project him a number of feet?
Ms. Laughlin is doing the close. That's a choice. Okay.
If you're talking about only an interaction between the arm and the back of the vehicle, no, there wouldn't be any projection. Again, if you think about this, the arm weighs about, again, with Mr. O'Keefe would be about 11 pounds. So you still have, another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, and the force is only acting on the arm. So essentially the arm would be accelerated, but the whole body, because the center of mass is not being struck, would not be projected.
This is important, right? He basically says, I don't have those numbers for how far you can project somebody by the arms because you can't project somebody that way. That theory doesn't make any sense. You apply acceleration to the arm swings, not the person. And if you apply enough acceleration to the arms, eventually the arm just breaks or dislocates or rips off or something. And I see people saying Lolly is closing. She argues motions. That makes more sense to me. So, yeah.
Is the absence of the damage that you described, the absence of damage that you described between the dent and the rest
I'm
of the
sure
vehicle,
Lolly's
with
closing.
the exception of the taillight, is that consistent or inconsistent with striking an outstretched arm of a human being?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
That would be inconsistent in my opinion.
They have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
It's a virtual certainty that Lolly's closing. Like, come on.
And what is your opinion, Doctor, as to the amount of damage that you would expect to see at 15 miles per hour or above on the taillight if, in fact, that vehicle were moving in reverse and were to strike something on a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you
Really?
repeat the question?
Probably not.
I'd be surprised, but I mean, maybe.
Sorry.
I'm trying. Physics, that's why. From your testing, what would you expect to see in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight if, in fact, that taillight were to make contact with a part of a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm, at 15 miles an hour or above? What would the level of damage be as compared to the damage that you actually saw?
Well, if we compare it to, again, looking at the drop test that we did with the hybrid head, which weighs about 10 pounds. So again, if we're talking about now a human arm that's comparable in that same weight, we certainly would expect to see a comparable level of force and damage. So as I mentioned, if the arm is outstretched across the right tail lamp and into the liftgate section, I would certainly expect to see deformation to that body paneling, even potentially the tail light on the liftgate itself and that chrome piece as well.
Based on the entirety of your investigation,
This guy just testifies confidently. He testifies smoothly. This guy is super, I think he's super credible, right?
your entire team's investigation, all the testing that you did, all the biomechanical testing and the engineering and the physics testing that you did.
Thank you, Canvas and Crime. And that
in
sounds
your
like
expert
a
opinion,
cool channel
Was
name.
that taillight damaged
So
by
check
striking
them
John
out.
O'Keefe in the head?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your opinion, was the taillight damaged by either striking Mr. O'Keefe in the head or the arm?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
Yes.
You are muted.
This guy is such a good witness.
You are muted.
Oh, they're taking their morning break. Okay. After the break, I think they give it to Lolly. We'll see what Lolly can do.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
I don't think the family is having a good day, right? I don't think the family's having a great time there. So I think that they're recognizing Lolly's not doing great. I totally have witness envy. Most of my witnesses are not nearly this good.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, you in conjunction with, Dr. Wenchler, is that correct?
Dr. Rentschler, yes.
So you in conjunction with Dr.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Yes. You in conjunction with Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Klein wrote a report in regard to your analysis here, correct?
Correct.
And doctor, that report was issued on February 12th, 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
And in the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences, you or whoever the author of that particular portion indicates This analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's pretty standard as far as your industry is concerned. You can only work with the information that you're provided. Is that correct?
Certainly.
Now, in this instance, you were provided 10 things, and then there were 4 additional things that either you or the other doctors had reviewed as far as literature or things of that nature. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And the 10 things that you were talking about were reports, an initial crime scene report, medical examiner dispatch removal report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Photographs of the incident location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how many sets of photographs of the incident location were you provided with?
In terms of the number of photographs?
The number of photographs, or were there different sets of photographs?
Yes.
And how many sets?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I know that there was a series that were taken during the daytime, as well as ones taken what appeared to be in the early morning hours.
And you were also provided video from the early morning hours. Is that correct?
From what I recall, I think it was daytime, but yes.
Photographs of the vehicle, photographs of recovered evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
CDR report from the 2021 Lexus LX570. Correct?
Correct.
Autopsy report, autopsy photographs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then some other things those would be the 10 things that you were provided with, and then there were 4 other things that you reviewed or part of your team reviewed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in regard to there's a section in your report called Review of Materials, and it talks about photographs and glass fragments and plastic fragments and things of that nature. Correct?
Correct.
You also talk about
like
a
how we
black
just sort of
drinking straw
go
that
through
was
that.
recovered on scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, there's no mention in the report about Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or Mr. O'Keefe's hat. Are you aware of those items as well?
Yes.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's shoe was actually found dug out from the snow, sort of flush with the curbing in front of the area where his body was found?
Yes.
Now, over the course of your work as a crash reconstructionist, and again, I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just curious. Typically, you're reconstructing or you're looking at someone else's reconstruction in relation to something that occurred in the past, correct?
Not always, no.
Well, my question is, sir, how many times have you actually been on like a live scene where the vehicles are still in place at final rest, where there are bodies in place at final rest? Have you ever been to a scene where those?
This is not really what he does. Like, this is why Lally's asking the question. He's like, you never go to scenes with dead bodies. Yeah, that's not, that's not how he works. But yeah.
Those sort of conditions existed?
Certainly. We have a rapid response team that essentially we've been on site on the day of or the week of the incident. Yes.
Now,
but he
how
does.
often is that?
Not nearly as often.
This is the thing, is Lally kind of misjudges that. He's like, you don't do that. And he's like, kind of, yeah.
Is like I said earlier, we primarily do litigation work. So again, by the time we're retained, obviously the scene has been is no longer present.
Scene's been cleared, items have been removed as far as evidence or other things. That's mostly what you deal with, correct?
Sure.
And as far as the hat that we were talking about before, are you aware that that was recovered as well? Same day as the drinking straw on February 3rd in the area where the body of Mr. O'Keefe was discovered?
In the area of the front yard, yes.
Now, you have some familiarity through working as a crash reconstructionist with pedestrian collisions, correct?
Correct.
Is it common or uncommon for in the course of a pedestrian collision, for a shoe or glasses or a hat or something to fall off of that pedestrian in the collision sequence near where the area of impact occurs?
Well, I think that depends on the interaction between the two. If it's more of a side swipe type interaction, if we're just talking about an arm, for instance, contacting the vehicle, no, I would not expect the shoe to come off. If it's something where the entire body.
I love how he just says, in your theory of it hits the arm, then no, the shoe's not coming off. I'm like, oh, damn.
is interacting with the vehicle, then yes, there's a greater likelihood that something like a shoe will come off. Yes.
So that is consistent in general terms with the pedestrian collision of a shoe coming off, correct?
Again, based on.
So Lally's basically really trying to get this guy to say, this is like vaguely connected, this is fine. And yeah.
The interaction between the two. I wouldn't say it's a blanket statement that, again, in all pedestrian interactions, you will have a shoe come off.
And that's not the question I was asking. So what I'm asking is it generally consistent with pedestrian collisions that a shoe may come off during the collision sequence near the area of impact?
Shoes can't come off in a pedestrian impact, yes.
So Lally's going to say, see, he said that a shoe came off, therefore it must be a pedestrian impact.
Now, again, you were testifying earlier about the damage to the Lexus being isolated in the area of the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on the information that you were providing, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to any of the materials that you were provided, was there anything in the materials that you were provided that indicated that just the arm or an outstretched arm of Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the vehicle?
No.
That's your theory, Lally. He's actually now trying to say, well, it could be a different theory, right? It could be a different theory. And I'm going, oh, okay. Didn't you say that it hit the arm? What's your theory now if it's not hitting the arm? Like, because if it doesn't just hit the arm, then somewhere else has got a bruise, right? What is going on here where Lally is like backing away from the theory that he's been pushing this whole time? Lally, what the hell? Like, if you were having to change your theory at the last second of the defense case, your case sucks, right?
And based on your review of any of the materials that you were provided, was there any information stating that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the back of the head by the taillight assembly of the Lexus?
No.
And based on any of the...
I want to call this out. Very telling that the defense witnesses have the same demeanor on direct and cross. This guy is completely brainworm free, right? He's not developed the memory problems. He's not developed the habit of like wandering answers. He's not developed evasive answers. He's just answering the questions. He's like, I need like an overlay for like certified brainworm free, for when we've got a witness who actually does a, does a good job like that.
Materials. Let me ask you, based on any of the materials that you provided, were you aware that Mr. O'Keefe is on video exiting from a bar minutes before crash occurs at approximately 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I'm not aware of that video.
Really? That video is what you're bringing out? Okay. And then after that, Lally has like this 30-second pause while he's just trying to figure out a question. Lally doesn't know what to do with this guy. Lally is having a rough time with this dude. And I mean, I get it. This guy is a nightmare witness. I would hate for this guy to be brought in to testify against one of my clients. But like, Lolly's brain right now is having a halt and catch fire moment. So like, he's like trying to figure out the next question. He's loading.
Now, other than the material,
Lolly's brain is doing the YouTube, like, spiral loading thing.
Materials that we just went over as far as the 10 things that you were provided, you weren't provided anything else, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so sort of the questions that you endeavored to answer, those were questions that you didn't know from any of the materials that you were provided, is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, there was nothing in the material that indicated the questions we were to answer, if that's what your question was.
That is my question. So there was nothing in there, is that correct?
Correct.
If I may have a moment, Sean?
Yes.
If Lolly's theory on close or the Commonwealth's theory on close is different than their theory on open, I mean, assuming that the jury even figured out what their theory was at the opening of the case, because I don't know that they did, but if they change their theory on the close and I'm defense, I am absolutely hammering them on it. I am going to town on they're so sure that she's guilty that they've given you 3 or 4 different theories of how this happened. They're still trying to figure this out. They don't know what happened. They don't understand what happened here. And the reason why they don't understand is because they believe all of these lying witnesses who, it's like, yep. Defense goes, wouldn't the defense, in most places, defense goes, and then you've got prosecution, and then you've got a response. Do they not get a response? If they don't get a response, then that's unfortunate. If that's weird. Normally, whoever goes first also gets a response. So interesting. No split, no rebuttals. That's interesting. Okay. Then I guess they're just stuck, and it'll be the jury's job to figure it out. No response is weird.
You talked a bit about, you have some extensive background in human factors, correct?
Correct.
And as far as visibility, in particular, have you ever conducted a visibility analysis?
Absolutely, hundreds of times.
And you talked a little bit about conspicuity, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of conspicuity, at least one of the factors, would be a reasonable expectation of, in particular, when you're talking about a pedestrian collision. Part of the conspicuity factors would include sort of a reasonable expectation that a pedestrian would be in the path of the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
Sure. When you're talking about conspicuity or visibility analysis, in particular, you're talking about something called PRT, or perception reaction time, correct?
Well, that occurs after recognition. So first, a driver has to recognize that there's a pedestrian there before they can actually respond to it. So once they've recognized the pedestrian, then you start the perception response time where, again, the driver has identified what the hazard is. They're making a decision about what to do. They might be moving their foot from the accelerator pedal to the brake pedal. So again, kind of that's the action or the time frame in which a driver is undergoing action to potentially mitigate the collision.
Now, this is such a weird set of questions, because Lally's theory is that this was an intentional running over so that there wouldn't be any reaction time, because their theory is that she knew he was there and intentionally aimed the vehicle at him. So why is Lally asking about reaction time when their theory is a 0 reaction time situation? This to me says that the prosecution might be giving up on murder. They might have said, you know what? We don't have murder. We're going to try to get like a fallback charge. Interesting.
And perception reaction time, that's a pretty commonly used industry sort of standard as far as crash reconstruction goes, correct?
Well, I would say that it's used in the field of accident reconstruction, but as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there isn't a blanket number in terms of perception response time. As I mentioned, it's based upon the hazard that the driver is presented with. Again, if you've got a pedestrian crossing the roadway, that's going to be one particular perception response time based upon studies and naturalistic data versus a driver suddenly stopping in front of you, right? It's not the same perception response time in every scenario.
No, understood. And there's different variables that may affect that as far as someone's age, as far as the lighting that's available, other things. Is that correct?
Sure.
And one of those things might be the reasonable expectation of a pedestrian being present in the roadway as you're driving along, correct?
Expectancy can play a role, yes.
Expectancy, what we're talking about is sort of the...
So what are they talking about? Well, let's say you're driving through a school zone, right? You might be keeping your eyes out for some sort of kid, who might jump out of nowhere and run in front of your car, because that's what a school zone is about, right? But let's say instead you're driving down the highway and you're between cities. It's the middle of the night, and you're like in the middle of nowhere. You're like driving, through the Mojave Desert. And there's just nothing around. And suddenly, like, this 5-year-old runs out in front of your car, and there's like literally not another person for miles. You wouldn't be expecting that 5-year-old, right? That's what he's getting at, right? So, get wrecked, small, cute child. By the way, Mr. Tican, in his affidavit, suggested that my get wrecked, small, cute child shirt suggests that I am a violent, crazy person. I'm going to have to put in an affidavit, folks, about how get wrecked, small, cute child refers to trying to help Rick Hogue win the Stroke Hero Award. And it's just like, why do I have to explain this? Why? Whoops. Chat keeps moving. What's that shirt about? So Rick Hogue was in the running for Stroke Hero, and the thing is that it's a voter's choice thing, right? So the problem is that a bunch of people had the idea of that they were going to vote for these cute kids because there were some cute kids who were also in like the running. The thing is that the cute kids they had no choice. Like, they had no chance. They were at like 40 votes, and it was Rick and this other hospital who were at thousands of votes. So the kids are not contenders, but they had people who were like, I'm voting for Rick, but I'm also voting for small, cute child because I feel bad for small, cute child. And I'm like, I get that you feel bad for small, cute child, but small, cute child is not going to win. And I wanted people to vote for Rick because I had the suspicion that it was going to be neck and neck, which it actually was at the end. And so I made the line of get wrecked, small, cute child, so that people would just be like, okay, we don't need to vote for small, cute child. We can instead vote for Rick. And it actually worked. It got a lot of people to stop voting for the small, cute child and instead voting for Rick. And Rick won. So the line, get wrecked, small, cute child, was strategic to try to help Rick win the Stroke Hero Award, which ultimately he was successful at. And so, yeah. But yeah, he's trying to suggest that it's violent, like I'm going to go after a small, cute child. And it's like, no, I just vote for Rick. So, and yeah, it was because Rick would never say that. So I had to, because Rick totally wouldn't. So, and by the way, the Stroke Foundation that was running the award actually thought it was hilarious. So, yeah.
Disparity or the difference between driving along a country road where there's no houses for miles and miles versus an urban area where there's crosswalks every 15 feet, correct?
Sure.
Now, in that expectation of privacy, how
Fair.
high would that be if we're talking about a pedestrian that actually exited from the vehicle that then strikes?
I don't understand your question.
Let me ask you this. If the operator of the vehicle has a passenger who then exits the vehicle and goes towards the back, would there be a high, reasonable expectation that the pedestrian would be located in that area?
I don't know if I would classify it as high.
What would you classify it as?
I honestly don't know that I have a classification to it.
Now, you never looked at the defendant's vehicle in this case, correct?
Correct.
Are you
So people are asking, will I break down the TCAN document? Not until that case is over, which will be a while. I will be doing further follow-up submissions in August. So it's a while out. After it's all said and done, I'll break down the rest of it, but I'm not going to do that until then because I don't want to mess with the court case. It's not even my court case, which is the dumb thing. It's not even my court case, but I don't want to mess with it, so I'm not going to go through the document until later.
aware that the defendant's vehicle is still in police custody and available for inspection?
That is on my
I'm not aware of that.
Zazzle store.
Did you ever ask to look at the defendant's vehicle?
No.
He's like, I don't have to. Why would I ask to look at the defendant's vehicle? I know science, sir. I have science. I don't need the vehicle. And we're going to get
Now,
another
a
long
typical
pause.
pedestrian strike, for the most part, involves a pedestrian in front of a vehicle as it's coming down a street. Is that fair to say?
That can be one type of interaction, yes.
Is that more prominently seen as far as your field than a rear collision?
I would say that's fair.
And there are various types of sort of interactions that the pedestrian can have with the vehicle in order to cause and sort of sustain injuries. Is that fair to say?
What I would say is that there's certainly, in terms of how the pedestrian interacts with the vehicle, in terms of whether they're being wrapped onto the vehicle or projected forward, certainly there's different types of interactions, yes.
So there's like a wrap and forward projection type of collision sequence. Is that correct?
Those are two common, yes.
There's also something called a fender vault. Is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of how or where
Is he actually going to explain any of this so that the jury might know?
that pedestrian is positioned with relation to the vehicle is somehow or somewhat determinative of the injury sustained. Is that correct?
It can be, yes.
Obviously, you're going to see different injuries if someone fender vaults and goes over the top of the vehicle versus someone who is projected forward from the collision sequence with the front of the vehicle.
Just to clarify, again, in this matter, I was not assessing injuries. That was Dr. Rentschler. I don't have an opinion.
What I'm saying is based on your experience, so that you understand that there's a difference in the injuries that you might expect based on the type of interaction that a pedestrian has with a vehicle.
Yes.
And then if someone is wrapping forward projected and then the vehicle overruns that person, there'd be a whole other host of injuries that you'd expect to see based on being overrun by the vehicle, correct?
In a situation that isn't anybody's theory of the case, couldn't there be different injuries? It's like, wouldn't he have different injuries if he was run over by a riding mower? Wouldn't he have different injuries if he was, like, eaten by a whale? Wouldn't he have different injuries if he was struck by a meteorite? Who the fuck gives a shit, Lally? Why are you asking about things that you don't think happened and the expert doesn't think happened? Like, this is completely irrelevant. I would have objected to this to just be like, what the fuck are we doing here, sir?
There could be, yes.
What if he caught fire? What if he was eaten
the
by,
testing that you,
you
did,
know, Barney the
with
dinosaur?
respect, these are essentially experiments that you're doing, correct?
That's fair, yes.
And am I correct in saying that in scientific experiments or in the world of scientific experiments, there are certain things called variables that you're trying to account for? Is that correct?
That's such a stupid question. This is like somebody who like read about science in a book and is trying to science now, and like he's like, there's certain things called variables that you're trying to account for. It's like, okay.
I would say that's fair, yes.
And essentially what you're trying to do is control as many of those variables as you can in order to best replicate whatever the conditions were at the time that, that what you're testing to see actually occurred. Is that correct?
So Lolly's gonna be like, did you do the gun thing, like the glass cannon? Did you do that with an actual blizzard, sir? Was there a blizzard? Did you have a blizzard located entirely within your testing facility?
Correct.
Correct.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to control variables in relation to temperature?
So one of the things we did with all of the tail lamp assemblies that we tested is that we preconditioned them to approximately 28 degrees, that they had reached a steady state temperature before we subjected them to the impact testing.
Lolly, were you expecting that? Were you expecting him to say we actually did test the temperature?
And where in your report does it say that?
I don't.
Where in your report does it say that? He's like, I don't think I put it in my report, but fuck you, because surprise, you just tried to cross-examine on, he just walked into a trap. He was trying to play gotcha and be like, oh, well, wouldn't it have changed if the temperature was changed? And it's like, nope.
I believe that's explicitly stated.
Is it implicitly stated anywhere in your report?
Again, I'm telling you, that's part of what we did for the testing.
I understand that's what.
He's like, I'm telling you, it's in there. He's like, so Lolly's got basically two choices right now. One, he can try to suggest that this guy lied just now about how they tested it. I don't think that's going to fly with the jury. Or two, he's going to get screwed here. This is awkward. Law and Lumber is, holy crap, I'm fighting people on Twitter for I don't know what. But he's fighting people on Twitter, and I don't know why. Probably
what your testimony is, but you wrote a report, correct?
Right, and I don't know that I detailed every single part of the test. Again, we summarized it.
Understood. So what did you...
Lolly takes the right call, which is backing right off of this. Lolly there just got fucked. That's what that was. That's what that was.
Do to control any variable as far as wind?
Well, when you're talking about a projectile such as a glass, again, that's being projected at 37 miles per hour, again, there would be probably minimal effects in terms of the wind.
Even if there was a blizzard going on?
Again, what we're going after here is...
Lolly, you keep calling it a blizzard. I'm going to tell you that this is a very pleasant winter day for Canada.
Ultimately, conducting a test such that the drinking glass arrived at the location of the taillight. So if you're trying to say that, okay, he threw it this way and the wind blew it towards the taillight, sure, that could be a possibility.
He's like, it doesn't matter because we actually are testing, you know, it doesn't matter if it was messing up his aim. We know where it hit.
And sir, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking, are you aware that there was a blizzard and that there were wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour during the time that this collision occurred, and that's not accounted for in your test?
Were you aware of that, sir?
I'm aware that there was inclement weather at the time, yes.
Now, with respect to what type of glass did you use?
So we used a rocks drinking glass. So that's a glass that has a thicker base and a shallower sidewall.
And so what I'm asking, so was it a cocktail glass? Was it a pint glass? What kind of?
It was a rocks glass. He literally just said it's a rocks glass. And then he's like, what kind of glass was it? It's a rocks glass. He literally just answered that question, Lally. Like, I know what a rocks glass is. Lally, come on.
Drinking glass are we talking?
A rocks drinking glass.
And
This expression is totally a vibe right now because he's sitting there looking at Lally like, I am being cross-examined by a potato, and I can't laugh at him, but I want to laugh at him. He's just like, he's got this expression of like, are you for real right now?
how tall is that rocks drinking glass that you use?
If I had to estimate, I think it was about 3 or 4 inches tall, probably.
And the thickness, did you measure that as far as the thickness of the bottom of the glass?
No.
Was the thickness of the bottom of the glass thicker or more thick or less thick than the top of the glass?
Are you talking about this in comparison to the sidewall of the glass?
Talking about in comparison to itself. So you have a glass, this rocks glass. Was the bottom thicker or the top thicker?
He's like, can you ask a question that in a way that isn't stupid? Oh.
The sidewall would be taller, if you will, than the base.
And so when you're projecting this thing out of the device that you created, the whatever it was, are you facing sort of the top of the glass where you would be sipping out of, or the bottom of the glass at the tail?
So in the testing, the interaction between the taillight and the glasses was primarily between the base and the taillight.
Now I'm just going to tell you why it's primarily between the base and the taillight, because let's say you take a standard rocks glass chat, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get a rocks glass because clearly some people don't know what a rocks glass is. So I will be right back. Don't burn anything down while I'm away. That's kind of a jam. All right. So if you're wondering what a rocks glass is, I said I would go get one. And I lied because I went and got 3 different styles of rocks glasses. So let's rocks glass. That's 1. Rocks glass. That's 2. Rocks glass with a decorative bullet. That's 3. So, these are basically used for things like, these are the kind of glasses you'd get a rum and coke in or something like that, right? So they're a pretty common sort of glass. Somebody said, did it have a bullet through it? Yes. That is exactly what it is. So Now, let me just talk about what's going to happen when you throw that glass. Well, the base of the glass is substantially heavier than the top. And so if you yeet that, you give it, your full on throw, it's going to orient itself in air such that the heavy part is flying forward, right? That's just how it's going to be. You would have a very, very difficult time if you wanted to throw this glass such that it would hit there at a distance. You would have a hard time doing it. It would just be a real challenge. Now, I see people saying, I should throw this. And I'm going to tell you, I have not been drinking enough to throw this in my house. And also, I like my glasses. So, yeah. This is such a stupid set of questions.
Now, with reference to, I asked you a little bit about the video, and you weren't aware of Mr. O'Keefe exiting from the Waterfall Bar at 12:11 in the morning, about 15, 20 minutes before he's struck by a vehicle. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, highball glass.
With reference to that particular establishment, was there anything stopping you or the other doctors that you were working with from going to that establishment, finding out what kind of glasses they had, getting an actual cocktail glass from that establishment?
Did you go down to the waterfall and say, hey, can I steal one of your glasses? Now, I mean, admittedly, it sounds like the Alberts don't ask. They just take one. But, did you go down to the bar and take one of their glasses? Of course he fucking didn't. I feel like this witness, by the way, is aging like an entire year on this cross-examination. So
I had no idea that video existed.
Did you even know that Mr. O'Keefe was at a bar before he was struck by the vehicle?
I believe that in one of the incident reports we reviewed that there was, I think, a narrative about that they had been at a bar drinking, yes.
Now, how is it that you determined where on the taillight assembly to aim?
So we looked at the fracture pattern, and what it appeared to be that it was emanating from basically where the clear portion meets the red cover. We kind of saw that the fracture pattern emanated from that. So that's where we targeted it.
I'm just going to say, if I was a bartender and somebody came in and was like, I want a bunch of your glasses so that I can shoot them out of a pneumatic cannon at a car, I'd be like, I will get you a case of my glasses on the condition that I get to shoot the cannon. I would totally do that. I would totally do that.
Now, when you did this testing as far as the sort of breakage or the pieces that came off the taillight, is it fair to say that they were of sort of different shapes and sizes, the broken pieces?
Sure.
Consistent with the broken pieces that were found on the scene near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I would say that's fair.
He's just like, who is this guy? Why is he continuing to ask me these questions? Yeah.
Now, I know you may not be the person for this, but just as far as you're reviewed some of the autopsy report, medical findings in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body, correct?
Correct.
So there were injuries to his right arm and forearm, elbow area, correct?
Correct.
There was bruising to his right hand. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was an abrasion to the outside or the posterior of his right leg near his knee. Do you recall that?
I don't know that I recall that off the top of my head.
And do you recall sort of the skull fracture or the laceration that immediately outside of the skull fracture was on sort of the right back of his head?
Yes.
Now, from the reports that you reviewed, were you aware
Oh, Nightbot's
that when
going a bit
Mr.
crazy.
O'Keefe's body was discovered by the defendant and two of Mr. O'Keefe's friends, that the defendant was the only one who could see him in the conditions?
Objection.
Sustained.
As far as the lighting was concerned in that area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, are you aware there was no overhead street ambient lighting or anything like that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
So now Lally seems to be arguing basically that she might have accidentally hit him. Okay, that's getting weird, right? Why is Lally arguing accidental impact? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. By the way, I told Fightbot to take a break.
I'm not aware of that.
And you didn't do any visibility analysis or anything in relation to this case, correct?
That wasn't a part of my scope in this case.
I'm going to tell you what this is. I'm going to tell you what I think this is. This is Lally realizing that he's lost and trying to save some compromise verdict. I think he's trying to get a compromise verdict on this one. And I think he realizes that murder is not happening. That's my guess. Now, I could be wrong. Juries do weird things. And now that I was made to get the rocks glasses out, I've got a little bit of scotch. So, all right, I'm going to jump through the rest of his cross-examination because it's basically Lally trying to land a punch on this guy and not doing it. And now we're going to go to witness I haven't seen because people wanted me to watch this cold. So we're going to watch it cold. And you're going to see my live reactions to this guy who I was told you guys thought that this would be funny.
Doctor, could you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record, please?
Certainly. Andrew Rentschler, Rentschler.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a biomechanical engineer.
He styles his hair that way for a living. He's like, I have great hair for a living, sir. No, he's a biomechanical engineer.
And accident reconstructionist.
And who do you work for?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
How long have you been in that position as working for ARCA, first of all?
I've been with ARCA for about 16 and a half years now.
And you indicated that you're the director of biomechanics and human factors. Is that right?
I am. I'm a vice president and the director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
I also just want to say I kind of like his tie. That is a cool tie. With the sort of wheel shapes and so forth. I like his tie.
Can you tell us what education, training, and background qualifies you to perform your duties as the director for biomechanics and human factors?
Sure. Well, I've got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical.
By the way, they really need to rename the Bachelor of Science because saying I have a BS in mechanical engineering just kind of sounds not ideal. It's actually a legitimate degree, but it sounds funny.
Engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995.
Oh, Carnegie, nice.
I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanical engineering from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I went to get my doctorate or my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
Doctor, do you specialize in research and analysis to evaluate specifically the study of the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes, sir.
And when I say crash injuries, we're talking about to human beings.
That's right, injuries to human beings, whether it be in a crash motor vehicle accident, slip and fall, industrial, any type of setting where there's an injury to the human body. I evaluate basically that event and the mechanisms responsible for producing those types of injuries.
So here's the thing. People are a magical, complicated, everything sort of, thing. But at the end of it, We're made of meat. That meat is fragile. It's around bones, which have specific degrees of strength, and those bones are attached by, those bones are attached by tendons and, so forth. And so, at the end of the day, we are just, as much as we're amazing creatures, we're also subject to physics. And physics doesn't fuck around. Physics is unforgiving. Physics can absolutely wreck your day. Physics is the cause of death for so many people. Physics will mess you up. A little piece of lead traveling at speed is going to do physics to people, and then that physics ends badly. This is the guy who does all the physics to determine, are you going to still be an amazing meat sack that does all the wonderful things afterwards? Or are you going to, is it going to kill you? Is it going to break you? Is it whatever? Physics is a harsh mistress. Physics does not accept your apologies. Physics does not accept your excuses. Physics does not care if you're having fun or, or if you had good intentions or if you're a good person. Physics just wants to, physics is just going to do its thing. So,
Doctor, does it also include the study of and understanding of human kinematics?
It does, yes.
As well as human tolerances?
Yes, sir.
We all know what tolerances mean. What does kinematics mean?
So kinematics is really just the motion of the human body, and it's the study of the human body, how the body moves under different circumstances, whether you're in a car that's struck from behind, what direction will your body move, slip and fall, how will your body rotate and move. It's really looking at the motion and the response of the body.
Are you certified by any professional associations?
I have a PhD. There's no professional licensure for biomechanical engineering. PhD is the highest basically certification you can get. And I'm also a member of SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers.
Have you received additional training and education in further beyond your PhD and the associations that we just talked about?
I have, yes, sir.
Can you describe, without going through all the detail, describe the kind of continuing education that you engage in?
Well, I attend seminars and professional classes with respect to biomechanics as well as action reconstruction, but looking at new technology and research with respect to injuries. For instance, motor vehicle accidents, if there's new safety measures such as airbags, seatbelt pretensioners, auto detection devices on vehicles. So really kind of staying up to date with the current research and literature that's out there.
So,
by the way, biomechanical engineers as a discipline have probably saved a ton of lives, because all of these little things that you don't really think about until shit goes real wrong are these guys, are similar sort of experts. So, for example, this is going to sound horrible. There's a study out there which involved taking a monkey, like literally a monkey, putting it into a chair, and then accelerating that chair and smacking it into a wall. Or, that's one side. The other side is they take a monkey, put it in the chair, and accelerate it into the wall, and then turn the monkey just before it hits the wall. And you might be saying, why are they throwing monkeys at a wall? Well, that study has actually saved a ton of lives, because they then went and autopsied the monkeys and looked at their brains. And what they found is that it causes tremendous brain damage when the monkey experiences those rotational forces as it hits the wall. And so, what this led to is that it led to better helmet designs. It led to better crash designs. And this has actually saved a ton of people from either death or brain injury. So it's, you've got all of these things. You've got various studies that show like crumple zones in cars, these kinds of things, right? These save a ton of lives in that. All right, people are saying, a lot of people are like, hey, tell me when it's over. We're going to do that. All right, no more monkey discussion. We're going to move on.
Your specialty, your subfield, if you will, in terms of your engineering degree and education, is literally in accident reconstruction and the effect that accidents and incidents can have on the human body. Is that right?
It is. Yes. And biomechanics is really, it's looking at injury to the human body. So, we use traditional engineering principles and apply it to the body, because an injury is just an engineering problem. Instead of looking at a piece of steel that, if you know the dimensions and size and you apply a force, it'll bend and break, we look at the human body. How much force does it take, and how does the force have to be applied to get a humerus fracture or an intervertebral disc injury or any type of injury? There's specific forces and mechanisms you need to produce those injuries, and that's what I do as a biomechanical engineer.
Is there a difference between a biomechanical engineer and a doctor?
There is, yes.
In terms of injuries?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So we really approach injuries from two different directions. Someone has an injury, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, the medical doctor will diagnose that injury, determine the best way to treat it, and determine what the prognosis is. As a biomechanical engineer, I look at that injury from a different direction. Here's the injury. Well, how did that injury occur? What type of loading did you need to actually produce that injury? How much force was required? What happened to your body to actually cause that injury to occur? So we approach it really kind of from two different areas. And certainly the doctors diagnose the injuries and determine what they are, and then the biomechanical engineer will come in and we'll look at that injury. And not only how is it produced, but ultimately our hope is to mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring, whether in motor vehicles.
So doctors are like, how do we fix this? Biomechanical engineers are, why did this happen? And in hopes of, how can we make sure it doesn't happen again?
Vehicle accidents, sports settings, industrial settings, anywhere there's an interaction with the body and the environment, we want to try and make it safer for individuals.
So you're not diagnosing an injury as much as you are trying to figure out the mechanics and the forces behind the injury. Is that right?
That's right. I'm not a medical doctor. I wouldn't diagnose an injury, but given an injury, I understand the mechanics of how that injury is produced and what you need to actually cause that injury to happen.
Are you also published in the field of biomechanics and or engineering?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe that?
When I did my graduate work at the University of Pittsburgh, I worked at a place called the Human Engineering Research Lab. And it was associated with the VA in Pittsburgh as well as the University of Pittsburgh. And so we looked at people with disabilities. Well, one of the big things that we did, or one of the major points, was people in wheelchairs. So if you have to propel a manual wheelchair, you put a lot of stress and force on the arm, the shoulder, the elbow, the hands, carpal tunnel. So we look at the injuries that are produced during those types of events. How can we reduce the force acting on the body for someone like that? So
that is super cool and something I'd never thought about. I'd never actually thought about just how much force is used to operate a wheelchair, and how, like, the repetitive stress injuries. That is super cool. Also, people are like the doggos. So, doggos? That is really cool. I love that this guy is. This is the thing, is somebody asked me at one point, it was like, if you weren't a lawyer, what career do you think that you wish you could have done? And my answer to that is engineer. Because engineers do cool stuff. And like this guy, his entire job is not just doing cool stuff, but also doing cool stuff that is literally saving lives, saving injuries. Like, this guy makes the world a better place in a way that I never will. So, good for him.
It's looking at, again, how the body responds, how we can set up a chair differently to actually reduce the amount of force someone might experience doing that type of an activity.
Have you qualified as an expert in the past in the area of biomechanical engineering and human factors?
I have, yes.
In furtherance of, let me ask it this way. Were you asked to engage in an analysis, ARCA, to be engaged in an analysis of the incident that is currently?
Yeah, I know. I get screwed.
I was, yes, sir.
Did you produce, or did your team produce a report about your opinions and conclusions, including the testing and the methodology that went behind those opinions and conclusions?
We did, yes.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
No, we were not.
You were not hired by the Commonwealth in this case.
That's correct. We were not.
When you started your analysis, you didn't know who we were. You did not know who the Commonwealth was.
That's correct.
You've never heard of the Karen Reed case.
I had not, no, sir.
You were contacted by my office after you provided your report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Were you ever contacted by the Commonwealth?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And you and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony, correct?
That's correct. We have not.
So basically he's saying, like, and this has got to be terrifying because you've got these witnesses who they have a general report, but these guys are sort of coming in blind. These witnesses are kind of a surprise. So
would you consider that your analyses, your conclusions and opinions in this case are completely independent of any party in this room?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been paid by the defense, is that right?
I have not, no, sir.
And you do not answer to us in any way?
I do not. That's correct.
You indicated.
I might have been tempted to follow this up with, like, you know, if I told you to do something, you'd probably tell me to go to hell, right? So, against the tide, changed my life for the better. You, Law and Lumber, and EDB made my friend's life better, which made my life better. You make the world better. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That you and your team were asked to undertake a review of the circumstances. What exactly did you review in coming to your...
They didn't prep them because they're not their witnesses. These are like people who are hired by the FBI. So they didn't prep them because they can't prep them. These, like, you tell this guy, come in for a prep session. He's like, go F yourself. I don't work for you. I'm just going to go I'm going to go, I'm going to go tell the truth. I wonder who paid for their testimony. The FBI paid for their testimony. So I guess if you're in the States, you paid for their testimony. So, yeah.
Your opinions and conclusions and performing the tests that you performed.
Well, we looked at, there was police reports with respect to the incident, medical records for Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the autopsy report, photographs of the evidence in this case involving the Lexus, the tail light, the incident scene where the evidence was found, as well as some other documentation.
And you also worked with Dr. Wolf, who just left the courtroom, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you two have sort of a distinct role in, although working as a team, a distinct role in making determinations and conclusions about the incident?
That we did. There was a distinction. Certainly some of our work overlap, but there was a distinction with what each of us actually did and performed with respect to this case.
I watched my Baldwin coverage. I had people in chat who were upset because I was highlighting chats that weren't. If you want me to definitely highlight a chat, super chat it. But otherwise, I just pull up stuff that's relevant, and that's it.
Following your review.
Also, chat tends to be mostly complimentary because in general, if you don't like me, you just go somewhere else, right? That is totally an option. There's lots of YouTube out there if you don't like me. There's no shortage of YouTube.
You and your investigation and analysis, did you make any determination as to whether any of the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe in this case were consistent with producing the damage that was seen on the SUV?
I did, yes, sir.
And what did you base your opinion on?
My opinion was based on certainly the medical records, the description of what the injuries were, the damage that we have to the Lexus, primarily the right rear tail light cover, as well as we performed testing to evaluate the strength of that taillight cover and look at the damage associated with different types of impacts. And also to look at the overall evidence of where everything was found, where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Okay, good answer.
What the injuries were, how they may or may not have occurred based on the damage we have to the vehicle.
So did you look specifically to find whether or not you could determine the forces required for Mr. O'Keefe to suffer the injuries that you saw in the records, medical records, et cetera?
I did, yes. I determined in my analysis whether there was sufficient force with that damaged taillight and interaction with that taillight to produce any of the injuries that were listed or diagnosed in the autopsy report and the medical records.
What, generally speaking, what injuries would you expect to see in a vehicle-pedestrian interaction at, say, 24 miles per hour?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Just
Why would they pick 24 miles? Oh, right. So she's like, I'll allow that. Just, yeah.
generally, Doctor, if you would, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So 24 miles an hour, once you get up to that speed, you start to see fractures. You see significant ligament and tendon damage.
Streaming tomorrow, I'll talk to Mrs. Runkle about whether or not we can move date night or what we can do. So I might. We'll see. I mean, it depends on, like, are we getting a verdict? What are we getting? I want to cover the closes so badly, so I may do streaming tomorrow. I'll just have to make it up to Mrs. Runkle.
Damage. I mean, usually about 15 mile an hour impact is where you start to see damage to, for instance, the leg and the knee. At that speed, you're going to produce, if you impact the vehicle, you're going to produce upwards of 1,000 pounds of force on the body, depending on what part of your body impacts the vehicle. So certainly at 25 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries occur.
Is that true for any part of the body that is struck, whether it's center mass or an extremity? 1,000 pounds of force because of the speed of the vehicle?
Well, force is equal, Newton's second law of force is equal to mass times acceleration. So the acceleration is going to be the same. It depends on the mass of whatever body part's being hit. So from the testing that we did at 15 miles an hour, we used a head form, which weighs about 11 pounds. And that produced almost 1,000 pounds of force, a little under that for the head. So anything that weighs 11 pounds is going to produce almost 1,000 pounds of force. The heavier the object, if you get hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that's more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body.
Did you review, in furtherance of your conclusions and opinions, did you review records that indicated injuries to both a head as well as an arm, a right extremity, right arm?
I did, yes, sir.
Taking those one at a time, is the injury to the head that you saw consistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
It is not, no, sir.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple of reasons. First of all, and the main reason is that to get the injury, it was a fracture at the occipital region of the head, which is basically on the back bottom part of the head. So in order to have that part of the head contacted by the tail light, you would somehow have to have a configuration or be standing in a manner that the rest of your body doesn't get hit because there's no other significant injuries to the body.
Okay, so basically at this point he's saying, listen, couldn't have been hit directly in the head with the taillight. The problem is that that's not the prosecution's theory because the prosecution isn't saying hit directly in the back of the head with the taillight. The prosecution's theory is hit on the arm and yeeted such that, hit the ground. So, and all right, I got to roll. got Benny saying to bribe Mrs. Runkle. I will provide her with a bribe. So I need to step away for just a second here because I have consumed about 4 cans of cola and I need a moment. So I will be right back. It won't be long. All right, I am terribly sorry, and I need to find a way to bring the I need to take that down. Sorry, folks. It just is what it is. I had to yeah, that was not I needed to be able to pay more attention to this. So let's head back there.
There's enough force to cause a skull fracture, then there's going to be certainly enough force to cause injury to the rest of the body. So first of all, you have to determine how could you configure somebody could actually be standing to have only the head impacted, the back of the head. And even if that was the case, if somebody positioned themselves in such a manner to have that occur, you're still going to see other injuries related to that. For instance, with the cervical spine, over 1,000 pounds of force acting on the head, you're going to get significant cervical injuries, fractures.
So what he means is your neck's gonna be effed up if you smoke the guy in the back of the head with a vehicle.
Disc injuries, tendon and ligament injuries.
That is not
so
how I
the
roll.
fact that we only have that head injury and only damage to the occipital portion of the skull is inconsistent in this case with being struck by that tail light. And then there's also the evidence that we saw when we did the testing. At 15 miles an hour, where we dropped the head form, so that would be akin or like a vehicle backing up at 15 miles an hour hitting the head. We had more damage to the tail light in that test than what we saw with the subject tail light cover. So if you're going 24...
So basically they're saying we tried smacking a head against a tail light and it obliterated the tail light. So, yeah.
Or 25 miles an hour, even faster, you're going to see even greater damage, greater fracturing of that rear tail light. And we just don't have that in this case. So both the physical evidence as well as looking at the biomechanical aspects of it are inconsistent with that head injury occurring due to impact with the rear of the Lexus.
So far, I like the
Shifting
guy.
to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of the head making contact with the tail light, it's an outstretched arm, for instance, at the elbow area of a human being, a person 73 inches tall, weighing 215 pounds.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently. Mr.
Sure.
Johnson.
shifting to the arm are the same forces at play if instead of making contact with a head, you make contact with an arm, an outstretched arm?
They are. I just explained the force is mass times acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get that same force, almost 1,000 pounds.
Does the arm weigh the same as the head?
It does, actually, almost identical, because your arm...
That I was not expecting that answer. I was not expecting that at all. When he's like, yeah, it kind of does. I was like, what? This is why I'm not a biomechanical engineer. It's because I don't know biomechanical engineering. I don't know math, and I'm kind of an idiot. So, but I approve that this guy, I approve of this guy's knowledge. So, good for him.
Just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. So your arm, basically your whole arm, is about the same, weighs the same as your head.
So is your analysis the same then if the arm, close to an 11-pound arm, made contact with the taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour, at 15 miles an hour, would you expect even more damage to the taillight at a higher speed?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Watch the leading though.
Sure.
Yes, you would. If it's higher than 15 miles an hour and you have an arm actually striking that taillight, you're going to get even more significant fracturing, more damage to that taillight at a higher speed than what we saw.
So was the taillight damage consistent or inconsistent with striking an arm?
Our findings was it's inconsistent for a number of reasons, but it's inconsistent with striking the arm. Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to shift back to the head injury that you saw. Was the head injury that you saw consistent with falling backward from a standing position onto a rigid surface?
That's certainly one of the possible scenarios. That would create the injury mechanism. You fall backwards, strike your head on concrete. That can produce thousands of pounds of force on the head. And so that's certainly a scenario where you could produce that damage if someone was standing, they fell backwards and struck their head on the roadway or on the curb or a hard surface.
So I was going to ask, I think you may have just answered my question. Those kinds of force multipliers require a hard and rigid surface or not?
They do, yes, sir.
So grass and dirt would not produce the same sort of force?
Grass and dirt, no, that would certainly not produce the same amount of force as hitting your head on concrete.
And if it was grass and dirt with a little bit of snow on the top of it, what effect is that?
That's going to dampen and lessen the force even more so.
What injuries, I want to shift back to the arm. I know I'm going back and forth, but bear with me. Talking about the arm, if presuming a strike at, say, 24 miles an hour on just the arm,
randomly, that
what kind
number.
of damage would you expect to see on the arm, irrespective of the vehicle?
You can see significant damage on the arm, especially if it hits at that tail light. Enough force to actually cause fracture of that tail light, that force is going to be concentrated at an initial point. And you're going to see at that point, you're going to see probably the most damage to the arm and to the skin there. So remember, at 15 miles an hour, that's about almost 1,000 pounds. So 24, 25, it's even greater. So that amount of force on the arm, certainly you're going to see extensive subcutaneous lacerations, bruising, contusions. You're going to see most likely fracture of the arm as well. You're going to see significant damage. Just imagine having your arm out and being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. There's going to be significant damage, more so compared to simply the abrasions that were diagnosed and documented on the arm in this case.
You did look at multiple photographs of the arm in this case, of John O'Keefe's arm in this case, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. Were the injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm consistent with having been struck by a vehicle in the manner that you just described?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson.
Leading, I guess.
You reviewed injuries specific to John O'Keefe, correct?
I did, yes.
Taking that as a hypothetical, would the injuries that you saw, generally speaking, hypothetically be consistent or inconsistent with having been struck by a car at 24 miles an hour?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Okay, so he's going to try to get that evidence in. We're going to get more Karen nostril cam.
If you were to presume, for purposes of my question, that an arm was struck by a vehicle taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour or thereabouts, would you expect to see patterned abrasions with no bruising?
Objection.
Or just, what would he expect to see?
What would you expect to see?
So again, I would expect to see significant trauma to the skin, to the bone, to the tendons. I wouldn't expect to see just abrasions, pattern abrasions. I mean, abrasion by very definition means that it's trauma to the skin, which is created through rubbing or grinding or friction. So it's basically something rubbing against the skin that basically wears away that top layer of skin. It's not blunt force trauma. If you have blunt force trauma, that produces a contusion or a bruising. It's not a laceration type injury where we have a cutting injury that actually produces a cut or a significant laceration. It's really just rubbing along the skin.
I really
So
love this witness.
that would be inconsistent. If you have an arm.
This witness is just really able to explain it in a way that makes me feel like I'm smarter than I am. Because I watch this witness and it's like, oh, right, I'm following along with this really smart guy. And it's like, I'm not a biomechanical engineer. I'm not super smart. I'm not all of this. When he explains it, I'm following along, and that is a rare gift. Like, that is what I want out of this kind of thing.
Arm that's actually struck at 25 miles an hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracturing of the taillight, then parts of that taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. I didn't see any of that. Basically, just superficial abrasion.
Oh, I know that the Commonwealth is going here. I know that the Commonwealth is going to try to say, look, this is, we see that because we see the plastic fragments in the clothing. I can see that they're going to, do that. Oh, and this I got to bring up right here. Just Sarah saying, my ADHD kid who barely graduated high school now talks about college, engineering, actually, because of you. You've literally changed his world. That is amazing. And keep at it. There is a better world past high school. I barely graduated high school. I'm sort of living my best life here. So there's a whole world out there for it. So that is such a
which all appear to have a similar amount of force. There's not a difference. That's the other thing. If you had a taillight shatter and explode on an arm, you would have some areas where you would have very deep contusions or lacerations, others lighter areas. But when you look at the abrasions that were noted in this case, they all appear to be of the same force, generally the same direction and the same severity, which would be inconsistent, in my opinion, with being struck at 25 miles an hour.
Interesting.
Generally speaking, do you look for consistency in size of an object striking a body and the injury that the body suffers from being struck by the object?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, size is a big part of it, certainly. Yes.
So did you do any measure?
That's a great question. Is the size of an injury related to the size of the thing that did the injury? Of course, but it's such a good, clear question. That is an excellent question. And I got to roll. And where was that? Okay. Chat is rolling. Okay, there we go. Michigan Farm Boy. Lally is limited by Bev on the question she'll let him ask, and he'll still run his case through the shredder with the answers he elicits from this witness. It's an incredible way to end the defense. Also, put this toward date night. Thank you so much. And let's, I'm looking forward to seeing the cross because everyone tells me that it's awful, and I'm just waiting for it.
Measurements of the size of the taillight, the width of the taillight that was shattered.
Yes.
And what was that width, if you can recall?
I think the width we looked at was maybe 6 inches or so.
In review of your
Giggity. We're hearing size matters, and it's maybe 6 inches. I'm like, okay, that's some juxtaposition right there.
in coming to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at the arm of John O'Keefe just sort of laid out, straight out?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see where the injury started and stopped, or began and ended, however you want to put it, in terms of size?
Yes, I mean it started from the upper arm and then extended down into the forearm, which was greater than 12 inches of length, where you see those injuries and those abrasions occur.
Did you come?
Okay, so now we're up to 12 inches. All right, now. Okay.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions concerning the size differential between the taillight and the injuries that you see?
Objection.
Sustained.
Generally speaking, would you expect if there was an injuring event that the size of the injury would be consistent with the thing that produced the injury?
Yes, generally speaking, you would certainly expect that, and again, you would normally and usually be able to see an initial point of contact, because that's where the most force is going to occur, where it causes that taillight to break. So you would have an area of severe damage, and then it would extend out likely to the edges of where it would contact the rest of the taillight.
From a biomechanics and or a physics standpoint, engineering standpoint, is it reasonable if someone is standing with their arm extended to be hit by a moving vehicle at, say, 25 miles an hour, and the body, the center mass of the body, to be projected?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Is it consistent in your view with engineering principles and physics principles that you know if an arm is hit, extended, not the body, just the arm is struck, for the body then to be projected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It's not, no. So if we have contact, your arm's out.
Lolly's like, please, don't get us to the can we throw a guy via the arm question. And Bev is like, nah, we're gonna hear this again.
We have contact to the arm. I mean, first of all, it's a ball and socket joint, so the arm can move independently of the rest of the body. So with enough force, even if you're contracting your arm and trying to hold it out as tight as possible, it's going to overcome that muscular contraction and basically just move the arm. But secondly, it all depends on your center of mass. The center of mass is kind of the equilibrium point of your body, of where your weight's distributed. And for most normal people, the center of mass occurs at your umbilicus or your belly button. So wherever your belly button goes, that's where your body's going to move. They teach this to football players, right? If you're a defensive back and a running back comes around the corner and it's you against him, they tell them, or they teach them, to watch the waist and watch the belly button. It doesn't matter what your head or your arms do or what their feet do. Wherever their belly button goes, that's where they're going to go. So that's what you want to tackle. So even if you had your arm straight out, again, we said it would move because of the joint. But let's assume you had a metal pole sticking out of your arm, out of your body instead of your arm, and that metal pole gets hit.
Let's not assume
what's going to happen to your body.
Painful.
It's just going to spin around, right? Because it's producing a moment arm, which produces a torque on the body. So your body's going to basically spin. In order to get that body, the complete body, over, for instance, 10, 20, 30 feet into the yard, you need a force acting at the center of mass. You need an external force pushing the body that way. And that.
So you can't do it with the arm. You got to hit the torso. And if you hit the torso, there's going to be bruising. So Lally and his witnesses are full of shit. I love this guy. I never thought about the belly button thing, but the belly button thing is really, God, that's clear.
That's not going to happen if you just hit the arm. It's not enough force. It's not the right mechanism to actually cause the body to somehow move that far over.
assuming that a body was struck with enough force at center mass to project that body 20, 30 feet, what injuries would you expect to be produced on that body?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you did have a body that was projected a distance, what injuries from a car, what injuries would you expect to see on the body?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar the last time on this.
The last time. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Why is she getting annoyed? All right, how long is this sidebar? It's probably like, I wonder what that interaction
You are
was.
unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, do you have my question in mind? You need me to repeat it?
Maybe repeat it, yeah.
Easy for you to say. Assuming that a body was struck center mass with enough force from a vehicle traveling at whatever speed to project the body off the ground, would you expect to find injuries on that body?
You would, and you would actually see that there's specific injuries
Oh, I love
because
this.
let's say you're standing forward and you get hit on the right side with a vehicle. You're going to get injuries and damage to the right side of the vehicle as that vehicle impacts you. It depends on the profile of the vehicle, how high the hood comes up, whether you're going to wrap up onto the hood, or if it's a van or the back of an SUV, it will project or push your entire body to the left. So you're going to get initial contact and injuries to the right side of your body. And then if it propels you into the air, you're going to get airborne, and then you're going to contact the ground, usually with the left side of your body. So then we're going to see a correlation of injuries to the left side of your body as it slams down onto the ground as well. And at those speeds, normally you would also see more abrasions, greater abrasions or road rash along the entire part of the body as your body then would slide until it came to the point of rest.
And you did not see that in this case?
Objection.
That was leading.
Yes.
That was leading. That was the problem. I would have asked, did you see that in this case?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further to say.
Mr. Lally?
All right, chat. You guys have promised me that this is going to be good. And you guys don't usually steer me wrong. So I'm going to roll right into this, notwithstanding the fact that I've got a backlog of super chats. So we're going to get to the super chats after this, but we're just going to roll on.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, you, in conjunction with the other doctors on your team that conducted the analysis and testing in this case, you wrote a report, is that right?
We did, yes, sir.
And that report
Got him on writing a
was issued
report. Good.
on February 12th, 2024, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And within the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences state, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be limited, only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Now, the information that you received and that you reviewed either individually or as a team, that included some state police reports, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Some Canton Police Department reports, correct?
Yes,
Some scene photos, is that correct?
that's correct, yes.
Medical examiner dispatch removal report, is that right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Some videos from the location of 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Some photographs of the defendant's vehicle, the 2021 Lexus LX 570, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Photographs of evidence that was recovered from the scene, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
CDR report from the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, sir.
And then essentially there were some other materials, whether they be literature or other things that you and your team of other doctors reviewed over the course formulating your opinions in this case, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, in regard to evidentiary materials
Michelle,
that indicates within the
really
report that
curious
were
as to,
reviewed, you talk about the lens
how you
cap
like
to the
watching
taillight
these.
assembly, the taillight assembly photographs of that nature, and then there's mention of a black straw that was found on scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's no mention.
Okay, they're jumping in on the black straw. Okay. And I see Michelle saying, as a blind person, bad bruises happen at walking speed. Yeah, and Michelle, I hope that the experience of watching this channel is good. I don't know how to really sort of improve things, but I'm glad to see you here. So we're glad to have you here. Oh.
In the report of either Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or his hat, correct?
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
You are muted.
All right, so they've got an objection here. What is the objection? Got more Karen Reed cam. I mean, wouldn't it be crazy if this black straw was actually just like completely unrelated to this trial?
Well, minutes,
It's
Mr.
just a
Lally,
bit
or
of
do you need a
garbage?
minute?
No, it's fine, no. Thank you, though.
Somebody in the chat had the line of, he's literally grasping at a straw right now.
Compression abrasions?
Yes.
Yes.
And am I correct when I say compression abrasions are essentially when direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements produce skin and epidermal crushing? Is that what your understanding of the term is?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with patterned abrasions?
I am, yes.
And pattern abrasions are injuries that show a distinct pattern that may reflect the shape of the impacting blunt objects that you may see with reference to injuries that are left by that blunt object. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, as far as in general terms, from what you reviewed, at any point in time, did you look at a state police reconstruction report?
I don't believe that I did, no, sir.
You weren't provided with that, is that correct?
That's correct. I don't believe so.
You weren't provided with any sort of forensic reports, DNA or anything like that, is that correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
Okay, he's going over this again.
And you never actually looked at the physical car, is that correct?
I did not. That's correct.
And you're aware that the physical car, being the defendant's car, is still in law enforcement custody and available for inspection.
It kind of feels like he's going through the motions here, because really this is the same stuff he asked before, and this is not gonna wow a juror.
If you had wanted to, are you aware of that?
I think I'm aware of that, yes, sir. No.
But you never made that request, is that correct?
That was not necessary in this case to inspect the vehicle.
It was necessary or not, you didn't make that request, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember if we made that request or not. We obviously didn't look at the vehicle, but it wasn't necessary in this case.
Did you ever look at the actual taillight pieces or the taillight housing?
Yeah, I get that they're going with the the impressions. So what Turdad is pointing out here is that they're like Lolly, you're probably going to see it in his clothes. He's going to say that the impressions on John O'Keefe were from, the taillight, etc. I'm not sure, though, which impressions. I'm not sure which marks he's going to be claiming, because I don't think he's established that in a really good way. I don't think that he's laid a good foundation here. And I see it starts here. Okay. We'll see.
Is that correct?
Not the actual. We looked at photographs of the evidence, yes.
Now, the injuries that you observed or reviewed in materials in regard to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body. Is that correct?
Well, sir, on the right arm and the posterior aspect of the right arm, yes. And then the skull fracture was a little bit to the right. the occipital fracture. I believe.
Also bruising on his right hand, is that correct?
There was bruising on the back of his right hand,
On the
yes.
dorsal aspect?
Yes, correct.
And there was also bruising on sort of the posterior of his right knee, is that correct?
There was a small bruise, I believe, yes, sir.
Now, with respect to within your report, you talk about the numerous linear abrasions on the posterior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to those injuries, there is a sentence in which you or whoever authored this part of the report, I'm assuming it's you, indicate that furthermore, any such injuries would be highly improbable if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a jacket, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe was not wearing a jacket other than a long sleeve sort of hooded shirt?
I believe that came to light afterwards. Again, it doesn't affect my actual opinions in this case, but it was
He's like,
a sentence
yeah, okay,
added in there,
but
yes, sir.
It doesn't
And
matter.
so also within your report, same paragraph, you indicate blood and DNA transfer would also be highly probable under such circumstances, none of which were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Correct.
And he's going to say, we did find DNA on the tail lamp. Okay.
You're aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the tail light housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces, but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
Oh, that's actually worse for Lally because he's saying like there's DNA, but it's not blood. So, okay. That's bad,
There was also
Lally.
DNA matching Mr. O'Keefe that was found on the exterior of the piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And there was also
Yeah, if he was drinking from a glass, no kidding, he'd have DNA on. Like
pieces of approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirt.
Within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February of 2024, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
now, what he never gets around to asking him, and there's a reason why he doesn't, is with all of this new information, would it change your opinion? That's the question he doesn't ask these witnesses. And that's the question where if you can get the right answer, it's a winning question. But he doesn't ask it of these witnesses because he knows that he's just throwing smoke, right? He doesn't have anything here that will actually establish anything. So he's just throwing smoke. That's it.
Now, when you were talking about the injuries to the back of the head of Mr. O'Keefe, consistent with coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was
Because he just pulled this on 2 previous witnesses and didn't ask. So he ain't doing it here because he just tried it with the 2 previous witnesses and didn't do it with either of them. It's not how he rolls, and he doesn't have enough here. Like, I wouldn't ask that question here because he just hasn't got it.
frozen?
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. Is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
So it is something that's capable of being done by you, is that correct?
Performing that type of an analysis?
Yes.
You could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
And you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it. No, because there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there. And then the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So whether the ground could cause it or not, the roadway could cause it, the curb could cause it, a bat could cause it. There's numerous different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
Ooh, this guy bodies Lally. He's just like, yeah, you've got all of this stuff and it just doesn't make any sense. So really any of this stuff, oh, Lolly, you're not accomplishing anything. This guy's beating you. You gotta have your exit plan. What's your exit plan?
You didn't have enough evidence based on what you were provided. Isn't that fair to say?
I didn't have enough evidence based on what I was provided, and even looking at the additional evidence that I became aware of after the fact, there's still no evidence. I mean, you can't deny the science and the physics as to what would have happened if he was struck by the vehicle. So anything past that, you have to somehow overcome that hurdle, which is very difficult to do.
Oh, damn, Lolly. Lolly tries to throw it in his face, and he just like takes a tennis racket and bounces that grenade right back. Damn, son. He's like, yeah, I didn't have enough evidence at the time, and even with all of this stuff now, there is still not enough evidence.
When was it that you looked at this additional material, and who provided it to you?
We were informed after a report was issued that DNA was found. And that was really the primary issue. I believe that some DNA was found on the housing, which, again, there's numerous explanations or ways that DNA can get on a light housing.
Oh, Lolly does not want him explaining that. Oh.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. With regard to the materials that you were provided with, was there anything in there that stated that Mr. O'Keefe's skull fracture on the back of his head was caused by contact with the tail light?
Why are you asking
I don't believe
that?
there was anything in those materials that stated
Is there anything in those materials that indicated or that anyone stated at any point in time that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was outstretched at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
No, sir, there wasn't.
Was there anything in there indicating that his arm was tucked in at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
There's no indication in any of that evidence of what he may or may not have been doing, how he may or may not have been positioned. I mean, that's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what may have allegedly occurred in this case.
Now, a typical pedestrian collision that you see through the course of your
and that's
work
your problem,
involves
Lally.
a pedestrian being struck by the front of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Oh, he's going to the front back thing. That's his fallback here.
I see all types of different people getting run over backwards, cars spinning, hitting sideways, frontal impacts certainly occur, yes, but we see pedestrians getting struck by all parts of the vehicle.
I'm sure you see all kinds. What I'm asking is predominantly when you see a pedestrian collision, the typical pedestrian collision would be.
Oh man, everything he's attacking him on is just blowing up in his face. Like Lolly keeps, even his old faithful standbys are just not working out here. He's like, you haven't seen, reversing injuries. And he's like, yeah, I have. I've seen side swipes. I've seen upside downs. I've seen it all.
A pedestrian crossing a road in front of a vehicle as it's approaching. Is that correct?
That's certainly not uncommon, yes, sir.
Now, as far as, I believe you described a little bit on your direct testimony, as far as there's differences in the type of injuries that you would expect or anticipate depending on how the vehicle interacted with the pedestrian in a pedestrian collision, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as, you familiar with what's called a side swipe collision?
Yes, sir, I am.
Am I correct when I say that in a typical pedestrian collision with a pedestrian crossing in front of a vehicle, there are a number of different types of interactions as far as a wrap and a forward projection versus a fender vault versus a a number of different ways that a pedestrian.
Okay, Lolly, if you're gonna get into fender vault and so forth, explain it. Why the fuck do I care about fender vault? Are you just throwing words out to try to tell the jury that you're smart? Like, why do we care about fender vaults?
Can interact with the front of a vehicle, correct?
It depends on the position of the pedestrian and certainly the profile of that vehicle and the speed of the vehicle. Yes, sir. There's many different factors involved in it.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, when a pedestrian is struck by the front of the vehicle, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking motor vehicle by the pedestrian than you would expect to see in a sideswipe collision, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, a sideswipe means that the person or the pedestrian in the vehicle don't obtain a similar or common velocity. So if you're standing in front of a car and it hits you, it's going to speed you up to that same speed and then disengage. The sideswipe means that there's not this mass-to-mass impact. By its very nature, sideswipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a sideswipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian. And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. You know, for instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So aside.
Oh, God. Lolly, just keep inviting him to, like, blow up your theory. It's like, I have a little tiny piece of my theory left. Can you destroy that? And he's like, yes, sir, I can. Allow me to destroy it. Like, oh, man. This is... Like, Lolly, stop while you're behind.
Sideswipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
You know, also contained with in the report that you at least co-authored, there's an indication that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, at least to his skull, the fracture to his skull, are consistent with him having been pushed or possibly been impacted by the subject Lexus and fallen backwards, striking his head. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so that's another possibility.
Sorry, sir, yes or no?
No, let him answer. Let him answer the question.
So if we're
so this is a big thing, is that often as a lawyer, you want to pin a witness down on cross. You want to ask them a yes or no question. You want to whatever. And the thing is that the witness is allowed to answer the question appropriately. Like, they have to answer the question, but just because you want a yes or no answer doesn't mean that's what you get. And so the judge is like, nope. We're going over that.
Having been pushed or possibly been impacted by the subject Lexus and fallen backwards, striking his head. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so that's another possibility.
Sorry, sir, yes or no?
No, let him answer. Let him answer the question.
So if we're saying that there's enough force if you fall backwards to strike your head and cause that skull fracture, well, he could have slipped and struck his head. The car could have backed up and not known that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
And the problem with numerous, almost infinite possibilities is that if the prosecution gets us to numerous, almost infinite possibilities, that's an acquittal. That's what that is.
Thanks.
Mr. Jackson?
Nothing further.
Okay.
Wait. What? Wait, what?
Backed up and not knowing that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
Thanks.
Mr. Jackson?
That's his end? Oh my God! Lolly, why do you end on you getting humiliated? You mic dropped on yourself. Like, oh my God! Lolly, like, that's it? You're just like, fuck it, I give up. I'm just gonna say, like, one of the things whenever you're cross-examining an expert, and this is one of the things I always try to do, is I try to have an emergency exit, and the emergency exit is some sort of cheap dunk. It doesn't even have to be a good dunk. It's just something that looks like a dunk. And, you know, you throw that out and then you stop. It's important to have a good exit, like, and sometimes you realize that a witness is just going to beat you, and you sort of pull the ripcord, you throw something at the witness to make them look bad. And often that is, isn't it true you're getting paid a whole pile of money? That's often your line, right? Isn't it true you're getting paid a whole lot of money? But they can't use that on this guy. So, but he should have had something, not I'm ending on infinite possibilities, because infinite possibilities is acquittal. Lolly, God damn it, do better. Oh, man. Okay, what are they doing on redirect?
Nothing further.
Okay.
They're doing nothing. What are they doing on redirect? Jackson's like, nope. We good. Jackson's like, that is exactly where I want to end, on infinite possibilities. Excellent. Oh man. Damn. And I'm going to say, Jackson, in that moment, that is exactly the right call. It is the right move. And you know what? It would have been so tempting for Jackson to get up there and try to spike the football and try to additionally dunk on it. And it is the right move to just let it sit there at the perfect moment. Damn, that was good. Oh, man. Lally just gets owned by these witnesses.
Dr. Wenchley, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, I'm going to see counsel for the last time at sidebar right now.
That was impressive. I'm just going to say, I rarely redirect.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, the defense rests.
Okay. Jurors, that is the evidence in this case after all these weeks. That's
Defense rests. Okay, they're done.
the evidence that you will hear in this case. The lawyers and I still have work to do for tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, we will have closing arguments of counsel. They'll get an hour.
Lally has no rebuttal case. Lally, he's got no rebuttal. Okay.
Piece to be able to argue this case to you. I'll instruct you in the law, and then 12 of you will begin your deliberations sometime tomorrow. Okay?
I just want to know, you know how much it sucks for a juror or a person on the panel to sit through all of this, right? 30 days of trial, and then find out that they're not actually a juror, that they're just an alternate, you know how much that would suck? I would just be like, you wasted how much of my time and I'm an alternate? Oh, God, that would suck. What does Lolly have left?
So, with that, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case,
Okay, the usual line. I hope Karen Reed is feeling pretty good about this, because I got to say, her defense team, excellent job. Her defense team, I know they're expensive. I know they're super expensive. They did an excellent job in this case. And I've had some people say, some people have asked, can I get Jackson on? Can I get Yannetti on? Can I get these witnesses on? You know I'm going to try, but I don't know if I'm going to succeed. I'm going to try, right? I've heard that they've got 2 lawyers on the panel, so I don't know if they will actually be, if they'll actually be, jurors, but probably. Wow, that is one hell of an ending. One hell of an ending. Wow. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't know what's going to happen. I suspect, my bet is that we see an acquittal, and my bet is that we see an acquittal fairly quickly. I see people saying that there's more. We did, in fact, watch it all, at least all that was on court TV. They have an argument yet. I don't see it on court TV. I'm going to try to pull it up on Law and Crime. We'll see if I can pull it up there. Because, yeah, they're... I see jury instructions in the afternoon. Does Law and Crime have it? So I'm going to try to find that. Law and Crime, I hate their coverage because it's kind of awful, but let's see. Can we get to that? No, it's got some random dude at the end. Where do I find the jury instructions on this? Because it's not there. I'm not seeing the... I'm trying to find it on... people are saying Boston 25. I'm looking for it, folks. I'm trying to find it. We'll see if I can track it down, because closing arguments, that's for tomorrow. Let's see. Some people have said it's on Boston 25. Let's see if we can find it there. Okay, this might be the... I think I found it. So I'm going to share the screen. We're going to do that. We're going to, in volume, we're going to expandify. We're going to do that. I don't think they like our coverage or... All right. Found it. Wait, are they not asking for manslaughter? As like, okay. Are you guys not able to hear it? Okay, sorry about that. I think I may have got that fixed. Okay, we're going to try again.
Manslaughter to the second degree murder charge. Is that what the
So we're starting again because I totally messed that up.
there's no request of the lesser included offense of voluntary manslaughter to the second degree murder charge. Is that what the Commonwealth's intention is, not to request an instruction on voluntary manslaughter as a lesser included of the second degree murder?
I'm sorry.
That's kind of surprising.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And neither side has requested an instruction of a lesser included of OUI,
That's correct as well.
and the defense.
So basically, the state they're saying we're not asking for just impaired driving. So if they don't find the death, then she's walking on everything.
Is not requesting that?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
So lesser of
So-
involuntary. Okay, fair enough.
All right. So the first instruction, the request from the defense is that I split the charge, and it's written that way. I'm not going to split the charge. So the way it'll be is the defense will argue first, then the Commonwealth, and then I just go through all the instructions. So aside from that, the first instruction.
Oh, wow. Okay. I don't like that. I think she should have given them an opportunity to rebut.
Instruction is presumption of innocence. I have one that I typically give, but I will give the one that's requested by the defense. Next instruction is our reasonable doubt instruction. Then function of the jury.
A lot of people were saying, why didn't Lally ask for the reasonable doubt instruction? The judge was automatically going to offer the reasonable doubt instruction. That was definitely going to happen.
The arguments of the lawyers and the judge's comments, function of the judge, functions of the lawyers. Verdict must be based on the evidence.
Standard
I've incorporated
instructions.
some of what you've both included into that. I have language here that similarly, as you review the exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try and guess what may have been removed or why. I think that came from the defendant's request. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions
Reasonable.
to you and any comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from
Also
the record and
reasonable.
told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to the questions and exhibits, are evidence, with a more robust instruction, but that's what I've added.
All of that is reasonable.
And I do have a line about sympathy. Then I do the view. I should say right off the bat, I am not going to give a Bowden instruction. You can argue it. You've been able to put in a tremendous amount of evidence. I've given you a lot of leeway with that. But there is something in this case that and I'm fully within the law to do that. So
So the Bowden instruction is the instruction basically that some evidence collection or procedures merely, and that as a result of that, you may find that this case is less likely to be proven. I don't like that she's not giving the instruction. I think that there should be an instruction, and I think that this may be an appealable issue. But she does say you can argue it in closing, which is weird. Why are you not giving the Bowden instruction, but you're saying they can argue it in closing? That's weird. If you're saying that there's enough to let them argue it in closing, then surely you should give the instruction. Like, the instruction just basically says, if you find this, then here's the conclusions you might draw.
have here some language that I think is appropriate based on issues that were raised about the credibility of witnesses. Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the evidence presented. So
that's a good instruction for the defense right there, is if they are biased, if they have a motive to lie, include that. what do I mean by Lawley having no rebuttal? He could have called rebuttal evidence to be like, hey, the defense has raised some stuff. We're countering that. He doesn't do that. There's no expert on the, for instance, he said he might call an expert on the dog issue. He doesn't do that. So there's no rebuttal.
Cover the bias part of that. And we'll go through and you can tell me who's going to argue this for the defense. Okay, so we'll go through and we'll do each one. The limiting instruction.
Who's going to argue this for the defense? I heard Yannetti, but I think that's just for the argument for the instructions.
I give the defendant's bad acts instruction. I'll give a similar instruction on the digital evidence that I did during the trial, photographs and testimony with an emotional impact, humane practice, and as of today, hypothetical. I had hoped that both of you could suggest something. I said that this morning. Do either side have anything for me on hypotheticals?
Sorry, I don't, Your Honor. We're going to be getting back at a fairly early hour.
That's fine. I mean, I can do it, but I wanted to give you both the opportunity. Yeah, go ahead and do one and send it to me.
Okay, so they're going to be sending in an argument. There's going to be more argument tomorrow on all of this.
Okay, thank you. All right. Opinion testimony, evaluation of exhibits, direct and indirect, and circumstantial evidence. So I received today defendant's request, a late request for the law allows both direct and indirect evidence, and there is no distinction to be given. A conviction, however, may not be based upon the piling of inference upon inference or on conjecture and speculation.
Okay, so direct versus indirect, is like direct versus circumstantial. Direct evidence is I saw Bob commit the murder. Indirect evidence is Bob committed the murder because, Frank, the murdered person, was in, the shed. Nobody else went in. Bob went in. Bob came out. Frank was dead. Nobody saw what happened, but it had to have been Bob. That's circumstantial evidence. And circumstantial evidence can be really strong.
I don't think that's exactly the language from the case law here that you've cited. There. So from which one? From Haunch or?
Haunch quotes McCormick, and McCormick takes the law from Russell.
Yeah, so,
Multiple cases there.
right. And the language that is typically given on this piling that I haven't really seen in years is you should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure they're still reasonable. I mean, I can give that old language. All right. I haven't given that in years, but I'll give that part of it.
Okay, so they're asking for old language. We've just heard the old language, but basically you can't pile up inference on inference, so you can't sort of assemble a case in your head.
And just to finish off that paragraph, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and reasonable inferences that you have drawn taken together prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so that rounds off that.
Okay, that's reasonable.
All right, so now we'll talk about the indictments and the lesser included. So the second degree murder instruction that was provided by the Commonwealth and the one provided by the defense are just a little bit different. So if you take what was provided, there's one section that the defense incorporates that I think is missing from the instruction, and I'm going by the SJC instruction. So when you get to the second element of second degree murder, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe, the second element, first prong. So the second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. As you can see, the second element has three sub-elements. I'm reading from the Commonwealth's proposed instructions, which I shall call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the three prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill. Now here, I am going to insert, because if you go back to the SJC instructions,
Okay, where are we going with this?
I think it is appropriate to go back to the instruction on deliberate premeditation, which is the second element of that, is the language that is offered here by the defendant, that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause the death of John O'Keefe.
Okay,
So
good.
who's arguing this for the Commonwealth? So Ms. McLaughlin, does that make sense there? Okay, so I am going to put that in.
So McLaughlin is currently arguing the jury instructions, which is important. Cases are won and lost sometimes on jury instructions.
There. All right. And the defense has the language of accident there, but Mr. Yannetti, that really goes at the end. That goes, as you'll see if you look at the instruction on extreme atrocity or cruelty, where you have to go. So that'll go at the end. That will go after the third prong definition. Then I will include the language that I think the Commonwealth put in its request. It goes there. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the victim's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have created a plain and strong likelihood. Then you have in deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant suffered from a mental impairment or was affected by her consumption of alcohol or drugs. That goes there.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah.
Does that make sense to you too, Ms. McLaughlin? Okay. All right. Do you want both the mental impairment or consumption of alcohol and drugs? Do you want to just leave the whole generic sentence?
I think we can, yes.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth on that?
I don't believe there's any evidence of mental impairment, but Commonwealth has no strong objection.
All right, but there's no evidence of drugs either. So do you want it to just be alcohol?
I suggest that would be most in line with the evidence, just to have intoxication under alcohol.
All right, it makes sense to me, Mr. Yannetti, if we focus just on the...
So basically, they're trying to cut drugs out. If I was the defense, I'd probably want drugs left in just to muddy the waters a bit.
Alcohol, but if you wanted the mental impairment, I'd include all, but...
Good man, Yannetti.
Think about this one tonight, okay?
Why can't we hear the defense? Because he's being real quiet. He's just, if I turn it up so you can hear him, we'll be blowing out our ears.
Vehicle under the influence of liquor. So, Mr. Yannetti, you have included in the language, what does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? That paragraph that starts after the third element. Yep.
Sorry, is there a page number? 9.
All right, he's looking over stuff. How long is that going
Right,
to take?
so you have included, it means that a person has consumed enough alcohol to reduce their mental clarity, self-control, and reflexes, and thereby left them with a reduced ability to drive safely. Where is that language from?
That actually doesn't seem to be the model language in...
What I thought was from the model instructions. If I'm wrong, then we're fine with the model instructions on this issue.
All right, what does the Commonwealth say?
The Commonwealth's language comes from the model and jury instructions, I believe from the most recent 2024 instruction on intoxication.
And that's not...
So the issue here that's being argued is basically the defense was proposing language for impaired driving that is a little too generous to Ms. Reed. So they're going with the model instructions.
In the Commonwealth's request, correct? That sentence I just read.
On page 5, the third paragraph, it's either a similar sentence or a...
Yeah, it's a
I'm here
similar
for this
sentence.
challenge.
And I was just having both. It was a person is under the influence of alcohol if they have consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. So we don't need both, Ms. Giannetti? So you had both.
So the thing is that when you're like impairment for the purpose of driving is different than like drunkenness, and it's different than, you know, all of these things. So yeah.
So I'm just not going to do that. Okay. So under the second theory, so the Commonwealth is
no, the judge can't
proposing
replace
the
the one
theory of
holdout.
the 0.08 or greater. The evidence supports that. I'm going to do that. So in the language from the Commonwealth, the fourth element, now then we talk about wanton and reckless. So for the fourth element, Ms. Giannetti, this is where your language.
I have not looked into Birchmore yet. I don't know where that is on the consciousness of guilt.
You have language for 5 that actually belongs in 4, I think.
Okay, we'll skip ahead a little bit.
I think that belongs under 4. So there's additional language that I have found helpful in other cases. When I discuss the language and the cause of death, remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. And then the next sentence is, a defendant's act is the cause of death where in a natural and continuous sequence results in death and without which death would not have occurred. Okay, so those 2 sentences I find go better together, Ms. Giannetti. Is there any objection to that?
So that's a causation instruction.
Okay, any objection from the Commonwealth?
That's a causation instruction as to, like, you know, if you throw a...
So, Ms. Giannetti, you have in here a police officer's opinion about a driver's sobriety, like that testified to in this case. A police officer didn't testify as to the defendant's sobriety. So, okay, so that paragraph that begins with that, we'll just cross that out. Okay.
Yeah, police officer's opinion doesn't matter because we didn't hear a cop say she was sober or not. Yeah, I've heard that the Massachusetts residents are pissed.
I have included in the paragraph, in deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another. Some portion of the sentence that I'm going to think about tonight, I have, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant suffered from a mental impairment or was affected by her consumption of alcohol. Okay. Any objection from the Commonwealth on that?
No, Your Honor, that was requested by the Commonwealth.
Yep, so that will be in that last paragraph of that offense, Mr. Giannetti. Okay, then the lesser included offense, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. I'm going to give that.
Standard instructions.
So I don't have anything because the defense didn't propose any lesser included. So I didn't see anything that was inappropriate about the Commonwealth's instruction, Ms. Giannetti. I've added, I think, one line that a person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. It's obviously the law, right?
Right, that's the law of negligence, and I do understand the law of lesser included.
Okay. All right, thank you. So leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. So what the Commonwealth has provided is basically just the six elements with nothing further. They're pretty much 1 and 2 have already been defined for the jury many times at this point. 3, the
My
defendant
tab's
knowingly
not reloading,
collided
so I
with
can't
John
do a
O'Keefe. I
full
think
right
that's
yet.
self-evident. So, Ms. McLaughlin, why don't we start from here? Why?
All right, so I got to pause for this. Why is that not roll? All right, Apple Silver says, love you, buddy. I challenge any and all to match the super chat, especially Rob, and laser tag next time I'm in Edmonton. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'd be down for laser tag. Laser tag might be a fun. Maybe I'll try to organize a laser tag meetup here in Edmonton. So yeah.
Did you just give me the 6 elements?
Your Honor, as you suggested, the first 2 have been defined extensively for the jury, and I believe the other 4 prongs are self-evident. They don't need further instruction.
Yeah.
I think it would be sort of redundant or unnecessary to explain to a juror what failure to provide documentation of registration and things like that does not warrant additional instruction.
Do you think they need to listen to me any longer than necessary, Ms. Tianetti?
We're in complete agreement. Maybe for the first time.
All right, so we'll just leave it. You've offered 2 pages or 3 pages of definitions, so we won't do that. Okay.
They seem to be completely sort of chill and
Ms.
in
McLaughlin,
agreement.
the use of a dangerous weapon, a motor vehicle, I agree that's an appropriate statement of the law. Tell me about your request to have that.
Your Honor, the request goes to the defendant's state of mind. Also, it would go to any intent or any.
Sorry, let's back this up.
Ms. McLaughlin, the use of a dangerous weapon, a motor vehicle, I agree that's an appropriate statement of the law. Tell me about your request to have that.
Your Honor, the request goes to the defendant's state of mind. Also, it would go to any intent or any understanding of the jury.
I've been in Vegreville.
Conduct or negligent conduct or intentional conduct. If they understand that the use of a motor vehicle to commit a crime could be a per se dangerous weapon, and in using that to strike an individual, that could be used in their deliberations, assessing the defendant's intent or state of mind at the time of the collision.
It seems to make sense, Ms. Tianetti.
My position is it's unnecessary, but I'm going to waive argument on that.
Okay. All right. I think it makes sense.
He says it's unnecessary, but he's
I'll
not going
just
to
leave
fight
it sort of as a catch-all at the end where it appears on the Commonwealth's request. All right. So that's basically it. The longest part maybe is the general instructions in the beginning. Anything specific from the Commonwealth that I did not include?
Do you intend to give a consciousness of guilt instruction?
Oh, I'll hear you on that.
Okay, consciousness of guilt is basically after the fact conduct, where you do something after the incident, which might indicate that you believe you are guilty. So as an example, let's say I have a fight with somebody who, and I say I killed them in self-defense, but I also dispose of the body and wash the place with bleach and so forth. That might be consciousness of guilt because, at that point it's like, well, I must think I'm guilty because why am I hiding the body, right?
I don't, but you can try and convince me if you want.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would put forth that there's insufficient evidence that the defendant has engaged in actions that go to a consciousness of guilt. There's an inference that the defendant deleted portions of the Ring video, a narrow area of Ring videos that are missing.
I mean, you could draw that inference, I guess, but I think the evidence on that is super weak.
They begin with Mike Camerano picking up his daughter at 11 a.m. They resume at 5:07 when the defendant backs her vehicle into John O'Keefe's. Then there's a period missing where the defendant shows the broken taillight to Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and then
or that just didn't happen because Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts might not be plausible, they might not be believable. So, I would actually say this goes to credibility of Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe says she shows us the taillight, and it's like there's no evidence that actually happened.
Video resumes again when the victim's niece gets picked up. But not only the missing Ring videos, but also the defendant's behavior. What began as testified to from the Dighton police officer, the defendant's father called the Dighton Police Department and requested a ride to the Good Samaritan Hospital due to the weather conditions. He then drove himself to Brockton to pick up the defendant and perhaps bring her home. What they do in the middle of a blizzard is now Dighton to Brockton is half a distance. Then they travel further all the way back to Canton to retrieve the murder weapon, along with the defendant's brother. They all meet.
Wait, okay, you're talking about the vehicle.
At the victim's residence to remove the murder vehicle and bring it all the way down to Dighton, Massachusetts. That would go to concealing evidence and intentional. There's also evidence.
Or it would just go to she's gonna live with her parents for a while and she wants to have her car. Like, she just is gonna live with her parents for a while and she just wants to have access to her vehicle because you do things with their vehicle. This is so thin.
Of the defendant's statements going to her consciousness of guilt. Within hours after John's death, the victim's sister-in-law calls the defendant, reaches out, wants to make sure she's okay. The defendant says to her, "I only have to remember the bad times. You'll likely never hear from me again." Erin O'Keefe testified that she tells the defendant, "Of course, we're friends." She's never heard from the defendant since. So I think that goes to the defendant's state of mind in the hours after the death. But in addition to the ring video, I think there's strong evidence of consciousness of guilt to move the murder vehicle within hours of John's death.
I wouldn't give this instruction. I'd be like, nope.
Mr. Yannetti?
Well, first of all, with regard to the ring videos, Trooper Guarino, who was certainly no friend of the defense in this case, testified that there was zero evidence that Karen Reed had access or had access anything on that computer, and the Commonwealth utterly failed to prove that she had any access to delete anything. So I would say that that is a red herring. This is the one case, I think, a very rare case where there's much more consciousness of guilt evidence with regard to the Commonwealth's own witnesses than there is with regard to
yes.
And with regard to the other arguments, I'm having trouble following.
So the moving the car extra distance during a blizzard, that part of the argument that the Commonwealth made.
I mean, the evidence was that my client maintained a residence in Mansfield. She didn't live at Long Meadow. She spent time there.
Why would she leave her car there? And guys, you're calling this a blizzard. This is super light. And I see people saying that they can't hear Yannetti. I can't really either. I recommend reading the subtitles because he's super quiet.
So, to say that moving her car to her own home, where the police later found it, that she was there.
Moving her car to her own home where the police later found it is obviously not consciousness of guilt.
I picked up the phone and said that the police were coming and she stayed there. They were able to seize the car. That does not rise to the level of consciousness of guilt.
Okay.
But the defendant actually moved her vehicle to her parents' residence, so that indictment, not her residence in Mansfield, which would further support an inference that she was concealing evidence.
But, well, even
How does it support an inference? Like, was it hard to find her parents' residence? Like, if she was actually trying to hide the vehicle, wouldn't she drive it into, like, the ocean or a swamp or a forest or, like, parking it at some random parking lot in the middle of freaking nowhere as opposed to a place that is, like, super connected to her?
the parents house again, she's no longer dating John O'Keefe because he's passed away. Then, it makes sense for her to have the vehicle at her parents' house or her own house. Again, it's not rise to the level of consciousness of guilt.
Nor does she stay at the home of her boyfriend to grieve with the family who just lost John. She quickly comes back to the house, brings her family members, goes upstairs for about 20 minutes by herself with her father, and quickly leaves the residence.
Why would she be required? Like, there's no right way to grieve. I hate this argument. I hate it so much.
There's no evidence that she did anything upstairs or that she had access or the ability to change anything.
Okay. It's a little bit more robust argument than I expected from the Commonwealth, so I'm going to think about this. I'll let you know before closing argument tomorrow, and if I don't instruct on it, Commonwealth's still able to testify to it.
Okay, so she hasn't given it yet. That is gross. I hope she bounces that shit
Witness
right into
pretrial
a...
preparation, that came out on both sides. I'm going to give the second alternative.
I hope she bounces that right into the trash bin where it belongs.
Okay, Mr. Yannetti, I'll hear you on your instructions.
So I believe that we covered the vast majority of it.
I'll give you the opportunity to argue the Bowden one, just so you can make a record.
Sure.
She's like, I've already decided I'm denying it, but you can put your arguments on record for appeal. Fair, I guess, but she should actually have just let him argue it.
I'll find your page.
Okay, so yeah, with regard to the Bowden evidence or discussion, Your Honor, having done this for as long as I have, it's requested for why not given, a large percentage of the time. And I do recognize that the court has discretion to give it or not give it, and that we also can argue this is court practice.
Right.
But I think that if there's any case where a voting instruction should be given, it's this one. We start with the.
He's saying if there's any case for a Bowden instruction, it's this one, and I agree. Solo cups.
Conflict of interest that existed at the start of this case, and the fact that Michael Proctor was allowed to not only continue the case, but to be the lead investigator or police officer.
Michael Proctor was leading the case.
Obvious conflict of interest with the family. We then move to the fact that he never, as a lead investigator, went into the house at 3450. He never looked around. He never checked for any signs of struggle. He never checked out the basement. He never looked for a weapon that could have been used to.
Never looked anywhere for minimal investigation.
German Shepherd, despite the obvious injuries to whose arm. With regard to the witnesses, Your Honor, witnesses were interviewed in a very relaxed manner at their own homes. There was testimony that they were interviewed together, that they were not separated out on numerous occasions. Brian Albert, Paul Albert, Jenna Kay, Matt Kay, all interviewed en masse. Later, everybody.
So the Bowden instruction, somebody was saying, what is the Bowden instruction? It is basically the investigation was crappy, so maybe less likely to be guilty. That's sort of the summary of it. It's a crappy investigation instruction.
All this evidence, the way it was handled, or I should say mishandled, starting with the leaf blowers and solo cups.
Leaf blower, solo cup.
On the floor, garages, not being properly handled, and the fact that there are no chain of custody laws for the evidence before March of 2022. So I just highlight those, Your Honor, as examples. I believe there's more, but that's the record that I would make.
Okay, so you satisfied you've made a complete record on this?
I mean, so.
All right, but I did include some specific bias language that I read to you early on that sort of ties into this. Okay, so nothing else?
I have one question. The defendant requested a missing witness instruction.
Yeah, you're not.
I was on that. That was crafted as the trial was ongoing. I didn't know if we were going to have that or not.
Thank you for bringing that up, Ms.
I
McLaughlin.
agree that it's not appropriate.
Okay, so no missing witness issue. I am going to roll this. Thank you, Drama Llama. Thanks for covering this trial and blessing us with your spicy comments along the way. Heart Pepper, thank you so much. All right, let's see what else there is here.
Okay. All right, so I will see you tomorrow morning.
I haven't tried this before, I don't think. Do you typically send a copy of your instructions to counsel prior to?
If I have it finished, I expect I'll be up late tonight and won't have it finished in time for you tomorrow. I do give 2, maybe 3 copies to the jury afterwards.
There was some.
Okay, so basically he was saying, can I get a copy of the instructions? She's like, I'm going to get this done in the morning.
There was some question as to the use of chalks for closing argument.
Permit use of chalks for closing argument?
So can we focus on this? So does the defense intend to use chalks?
2
What do you intend to use?
photographs of the vehicle and photographs of the tail end. So 2 side-by-side photographs.
Chalks, okay.
Evidence, photographs of the vehicle, still shots of the vehicle that are evidence.
Okay. Okay.
And that's the extent of it.
So pictures. I am on Twitch, but I haven't actually done anything on Twitch in months. Maybe I should do something on
Commonwealth
Twitch.
have any objection?
No, but the Commonwealth also intends to use chalks.
What do you intend to use?
Also side-by-side photographs and video, but also a timeline that summarizes text messages and voicemails and significant.
Wait, is that seriously charts? Are they saying charts?
Commonwealth have any objection?
No, but the Commonwealth also intends to use chalks.
What do you intend to use?
No, but the Commonwealth also intends to use chalks.
What do you intend to use?
Also side-by-side photographs and video,
It's chalks.
but also a
I suspect chalks might refer to their computer system. So, yeah.
timeline that summarizes text messages and voicemails and significant events from January 29th
They want to show pictures. They want to show, yeah.
through January 29th.
Okay. Any?
Request is I'd like to see that.
Sure. You should both exchange them. Okay.
Judge, my other question is that at one point during the trial, there was a changing of two jurors, their seats, just for purposes of their own comfort. The way I pick alternates is by seat number.
So I'm going to ask you not to pick them by seat number, Jim, by juror number, juror card number. They may not remember what that is.
No, I have absolutely.
No, they may not.
Okay. They may not know their old juror number?
Their actual 3-digit number.
Right. They may not know that. Do you want me to use it?
No, if they know it, we'll use it. We'll talk about this.
Okay.
All right.
She's like, we'll sort this out.
We'll talk about this.
Okay.
All right.
When is that done?
At the end of the instruction, before I give the instruction on be fair, the SJC instruction on be fair.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
You pick a fourth person?
Yes.
Oh, she's picking.
So sometimes it's done by lottery. I just wanted to.
This is interesting. So Judge Bev is picking the 4-person because some places allow the jury to pick their own 4-person. And sometimes they do it by lottery. And here Judge Bev is picking. And so with all the allegations of bias Judge Bev is facing, that might be interesting because the 4-person can have a fairly outsized role over things.
No, so right. In Massachusetts, it's supposed to be chosen by the judge. So I know. All right. Anything else? Yeah. All right. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Jim.
Okay, that's that. We'll just pull that down here. That is so tomorrow I'm gonna set my alarm to wake up early because I'm gonna be gripped by watching the openings, right? The closing. It's the openings because it's the beginning of the morning, but it's going to be closing arguments. I want to see if Lally figures out how to do an argument. I want to see what happens. I want to see what's going on. Somebody's saying, am I going to be live streaming? I'm not going to be live streaming the closings. I am going to talk to Mrs. Runkle about whether she is okay with me streaming in the evening. It's up to her because it's our date night. And so it's up to her. If she says no, then we'll do it another day. But I'm going to ask. So we'll see. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be exciting. All right. I got a whole bunch of super chats to get through. We're going to get through the super chats. It's going to take a moment. So, let's begin because, the sooner we begin, the sooner I get to sleep. So, all right, starting at the top here. Odin's murder. With these witnesses, Lally started drilling holes in his own boat to let the water out. Yeah. Narcissistic saying that was just came in. Stardew collab sometime on Twitch. I promise I wouldn't fangirl too hard. I could do Stardew. That might be fun. Lady Draconis. He reminded me of my friends who used to send frozen turkey and chickens at aircraft windows and engines to test for durability. They do actually do a bird launch, test for seeing if aircraft can survive bird strikes. So, Reese's mom, but does he have an associate in arts? Yeah. AKA, if not guilty, does Karen Reed have any recourse to recoup the cost? Wrongfully accused, improper investigation, targeting. I don't think she'll get any of the money back. So, yeah. Bobcat Red, Proctor in the library with the candlestick. I got to decide if it would be in poor taste to make that. So, Kathy Sawyer, I'm so glad you stuck with this for the entire trial. I hope you'll recap the Baldwin trial and many more in future. Love your humor. I'll probably do live coverage of Baldwin. And I got to do this. Lori Lenny, challenge accepted, Apple Silver. Will anyone match or raise? Do the things so Runkle can be a pro bono lawyer when he grows up. I don't know if I'm growing up, but hopefully I'll be able to do it before then. The world needs more Runkle. Thank you so much. All right. back up to the top here. Nancy Karonsek, the scandal is the Commonwealth knew and still prosecuted. It's crazy. Dame Lapine, although they might still get a conviction. We'll see. Thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Steve A., how is Lucky the only defense witness that's less qualified than Grandma Badass? How is it that the defense witnesses are all so good? Smillall, Doctor, what if any qualifications do you have? Yes, all the qualifications. Cootie Pootie Tootie, except for Lucky, all defense witnesses PhDs. It seems like it. Jackie Lindy, Dr. Wolf sounds more like MacGyver than a James Bond. Too many degrees. Fair. Gethrolkin, let me tell you how to do a crime scene. Cat in Virginia, next Bond movie. Crash Daddy meets Octopussy. Okay. Fair. Gethrolkin, I love how Dr. W just implies loudly that the crime scene investigation was crap. He was not wrong. Gethrolkin says, ask me about the canon. I really want to tell you. I really want to know more about the canon. So 230 says, Crash Daddy built a cannon. I cast him as Q. Fair. That would actually be, he'd be a badass Q. Rob Glenn, I don't believe this clown. Clearly, Mr. Queef was hit by a vehicle, slammed into some trampoline-grade pavement, and bounced 30 feet. I hope that was an autocorrect, because it's Mr. O'Keefe, not Mr. I'm just going to chalk that up to autocorrect and not being disrespectful to the deceased. So that's the worst autocorrect. Guys, I know a number of you are heading out because we're doing the super chats. Please hit the like before you do. So I really appreciate it. It really does help. Lauren, what if any canon can Canon Daddy show me? Down, girl. Light Queen says, this is the face of a man who loves his job. Absolutely. Laura V, so maybe drunk John O'Keefe threw the glass at her car, and that's why she left the first I hate you voicemail. Love your recaps. It's possible. Popcorn history. He built an actual glass cannon. Kind of, yeah. Githralkin, mechanical engineering degree for the win. Absolutely. Mary M, story from your job that makes you do that grin. Sometimes a good cross-examination. Sometimes that. Also, just when you've been able to help a guy who is legitimately innocent beat a bad charge, you might walk out with that grin. So, Jackie Lindy, acquiring a Lexus SUV, many dollars. Designing a cannon to fire drinking glasses at the SUV, many dollars. Getting to talk about it in court, priceless. Some things cannot be bought. For everything else, there's FBI. Adventuring Lamb, love to you, Runkle from South Dakota. Thank you so much. The Sharpie, last year I moved to a job where I get to smile like that after 11 years in an unrelated field. My wife noticed the difference pretty quickly. I can tell you, when I moved from a bad job to a good job, my wife was like, you are so much happier. Light Queen says, you need merch with a brainworm cannon. I'm going to tell you, I make some of the merch, and I probably lose money on the merch because it costs like $150, $200 to get art made. And then for each shirt, I make like $3, $4. So I got to sell a lot of shirts to break even. But the reason why I make things like the Brainworms shirt is because I want you guys to be able to have them if you want. You guys are like, hey, we want this stuff. So I try to make it happen. Somebody was saying, I like Andrea Burkhart. Don't you guys like her? Andrea Burkhart is one of my favorite people. She's awesome. So yes, absolutely. Corey Cast, they could throw out the car in the Sally port, hence why the glass didn't match what was at the scene of John O'Keefe's final resting place. I don't know. I just don't know what's going on with the glass. It's weird, right? Stalking Lion, the glass by the body didn't match the glass on the bumper, and we're missing video from the Sally port. 2 different cups. Could be. I just don't know. Alchemist Dream says, what? You're losing money on them? Yeah, almost certainly. It just is what it is. Unless enough people buy them, I'm probably losing money. That's kind of the thing. The shirt is like $20, and of that, I make like $3-4 because the rest of it goes to Zazzle for making the shirt. So, Michigan Farm Boy, the glass cannon can't be allowed where you are, but should make some cool content. Love your channels and Lawyers and Dragons. If I get my business firearms license, then I won't have a problem with the glass cannon. So, Kat Randall, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Impulse 01, all these experts and not one person checked to see if she weighed more than a duck, suggesting this might be a witch hunt. The Majestic American Woodcock, I was right. Edmonton choked. USA, USA. That's a little mean. Galena Ward, Jay should have brought his trusty pneumatic cannon. Fair. HN Raj, he said later says the cars hitting at low speed couldn't have caused what he saw, but he wasn't shown evidence suggesting crack and small missing piece. That may impact both that and the thrown glass opinion. The other thing, I did skip over that, and I shouldn't have, and I'm not going back to it now. But the other thing is that it was kind of saying, like, if he impacted with a head at that low speed, not if he impacted with another vehicle at that low speed. So that's a different scenario. Greg, she could have hit him, but the taillight damage is inconsistent with that. Combined with the video of her leaving John O'Keefe's house, I'd say the taillight damage is their strongest evidence of a cover-up. It's just such a nightmare. So, as Farrell, thank you so much for the super sticker. Kat Randall, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Marielle, after today, Lally might be too hungover to close. I don't think he's drinking tonight. I think he's going back to his wherever he's staying, and just he's going to work. They're both going to be just working. Nobody's drinking to excess tonight. They might have like a glass of wine, but nobody's getting sloshed. Hollyberry, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. AMAC talking smack. How long do we think the jury will take? I don't know. It's a good question. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a pneumatic cannon shooting a drinking class. I really want to build the cannon. So, Michigan Farm Boy, I suspect most of your clients don't have FBI money. I don't think any of them do, except for one guy who was super wealthy, who I represented. So, Kat Randall, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Bruce West, they were instructed not to investigate by the feds. Yep, the feds said basically you get what you get, and you can't do any further outside inquiries. Impulse 01, I'm not sure, did you do in this case what you normally do as an expert is a great rebuttal. I don't think they landed a whole lot there. Honey's Ocelot, do jurors get transcripts for deliberation? Not usually, no. Usually they got to rely on their memory and their notes. Galena Ward, feels like Lally's moving the goalposts. I think he is. Guthralkin says we're now in Lollyland. Yep. American Nana, why could the prosecution get away with Mike's son around and clown through the air, but defense can't ask experts if that's feasible? It did kind of feel like an imbalance as to what was going on there. Guthralkin says, I love how Lolly tries to catch him. You don't really know the thing. Dr. W lights up and says, oh yeah, let me tell you about the thing. He got owned repeatedly trying to pull that. Need a mega pint. All jokes aside, in decades of trial watching, I've never seen such a train wreck of a cross. All jokes aside, and yeah, so I don't know why you get the duplicates there, but yeah, it was an absolute train wreck. AKA the cat lady, Bev also picks the foreman. Yep, so that'll be interesting. Holden Menards, a jury is composed of 12 men of average ignorance. Herbert Spencer, I wouldn't be surprised if the jury gets confused, gives up, and convicts. It's possible. Somebody in chat saying, could I try to get Cannon Daddy interviewed? I will try. I may not succeed, but I'm going to try. Impulse 01, they did include a lesser charge. Yes, just not that specific lesser charge. Marmar, per my last email, Lally, I answered that before. Yes. SK, pretty sure if you see a random child in the middle of actual nowhere in the middle of the night, it is absolutely a demon and you need to protect yourself. Don't run over random children in the middle of the night. So, Impulse 01, viewing the Lexus changes its position. Okay, Heisenberg. Noel Nee doing. Trooper Paul, I have It Just Didn't stuff. Dr. Wolf, I'll take your stuff and give you physics and science. Yep, Dr. Wolf was just handing out, beat downs. Grant Horn, perfect. I don't understand your question, Lally. Danny says, Lally sounds like he's trying to meet a word count on an essay. He's trying. Michigan Farm Boy, Lally spent a lot more time prepping on Wikipedia last night for the FBI experts. He had no clue what he was in for with either of them. That's the thing, is he didn't get to interview them before, and those experts clowned him. Just clowned him. A couple of those questions, if he'd been able to interview them before, he might have been able to address, but not in this case. Jack Druger, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Dylan Schultz, the lower tip of Ontario is level with Boston. Interesting. Zach, little known fact, elves can curse in court. Only Gandalf can order them to cease. Thank you. Lawn Lumber, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Rob. We're going to have to hang out again on Friday. Impulse 01, is the glass more thick or less thick than the prosecutor? Bobcat Red, new merch, potato prosecutor versus potato cannon. Yeah, Broken Baker, what if any difference would it make if the ARCA guys added stuff to the equation or talked to the crime scene? That was such bad evidence. Lawn Lumber says, I am so angry. So very angry. That was with regards to Lally trying to cross. Charlie Lynn says, we feel you, Rob. Lally is a disgrace to your profession. I think he's a disgrace to many professions. So, Zach, so Runkle is having a round while having a round. Kind of. American Nana, my first chat messed up words. Why can't defense question experts about spin around and fly in the air to cause injuries, as Paul claimed? She just wasn't allowing it, and I'm not really sure why. So, Kat Rendell, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Rach Hunting or Rock Hunting. Lally, how thick was the glass? Witnesses, not as thick as you. Ooh, that would be a little too spicy. Robin Day, why would the bar's glasses behave any differently? If I owned the waterfall, I would come out with souvenir glasses that say, we defy physics. I feel like the waterfall is not going to want to get in on this. Lynn, men, today heading unintended while DUI. Yeah, Jessica Pichardo, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Marnie Knight, even on days I can watch live, I have to catch a recap because it makes my day. Thank you so much. Thanks for making me laugh so hard. I learned too. Thank you. The World Wonders, he's making a lot of good contact with the jury. I feel like the jury would have liked both or all of the witnesses today. Beldy, for your physics micro lecture, that was great. I try my best. Flipping Out, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Robin Day, I fill my fitness circle faster on days I'm in my wheelchair versus days in my prosthetic. It's a lot of work to wheel around the house or outside. I can't imagine. Like, if I was in a wheelchair, I got bony arms. I would not make it out of my house. Flipping Out, Anti-Deb on YouTube has awesome parodies of this trial. I have not watched them, but I've been told that they're amazing. Mama Carter, they investigated the space shuttle failure. Pros. That they're badasses. And Belle Feinstein, people like Rentschler may save my shoulders. You have helped create the smile that sits above those shoulders. You, Rob, and EDB have made my days brighter. Thank you so much, Anne. Peppermint, thank you. Much appreciated. Cookie Lady 9995, Runkle is the salt of the earth. I don't know. I'm just a guy. Kim, those who know your content know why they're here. Thank you so much. And Bill Feinstein, for the record, I'm a wheelchair user, as I refuse to say I'm confined to any item. That I like that term, wheeler versus confined to a wheelchair. I like that term better. So I'm going to stick to that, wheeler. Kathy Trout, what, if anything, could you buy with this to bribe Mrs. Runkle to change date night? I will talk to Mrs. Runkle. Mrs. Runkle is pretty reasonable. We'll see about moving it around. We'll see what we can do. Peppermint, does efficiency of the defense make the jury grateful? Points. I bet that they've really enjoyed how these witnesses were clear, consistent, concise. They wrapped up in a reasonable time. I really, I bet that the jury really preferred them to a lot of the other witnesses that they've heard. L. Bauman, Mrs. Runkle is appreciated. Enjoy date night. Charlie Lynn, Runkle has kept me sane during this case. The gaslighting is unbelievably intense regarding this case. Common sense is not common when it comes to Canton. Yep. CG in Texas, do you think the jury has picked up on Bev's bias? I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt the jury's going to weigh that a whole lot. Robin, the ADR pro, I'm sure that Jackson prepped himself with another biomedical engineer for this testimony, getting help to explain the report and what questions to ask. Bev's instructions could not stop that. That's true. And that would actually explain a lot. Patty Hoffman, more bribes from Mrs. Runkle. Fair. I will make sure she is the recipient. Jackie Lindy, so I can blame my belly button for the number of times I ended up in the kitchen. I feel like my belly sometimes gets me there. Wendy Wilkinson, my understanding, Commonwealth charges, except DUI charge, all rely on Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe with the Lexus. That isn't proven. What compromise verdict can be offered? They may go for like a manslaughter. So, yeah. Indy Cindy, so easy to relate with. Thank you. Walking, falling over, and catching yourself. Little bit. Perry, thank you so much for the super sticker. Reasonably long name. Lally, my case is horrible, right? Witness, yes. Ian, could prosecution request the witness be treated as hostile during cross because the defendant chose to call them? Or is it not possible here because the FBI initially engaged? Why even cross if not? You never treat somebody as hostile during cross because you get to lead them in cross. The purpose of having a witness declared hostile is when they're your witness and you want to cross-examine them because they're uncooperative. That's when you'd have a witness declared hostile. Greg, these guys are going to get their hands on Trooper Paul's report and read it out loud at the next Christmas party. They're going to make it into a drinking game. Like, you laugh, you lose. Project Calm, Lolly had 1,200 plus trials from these witnesses to pick out previous answers and come up with a question strategy. Kinda. Amanda Hoot, does anyone fear that any of the jurors are scared of recourse from the McAlberts, Proctor, or his minions? Worries me a little. Hopefully that's not something they're worried about, but it's possible. Aaron Olivia, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. RK Lally equals small child, getting wrecked. Love Crash Daddy and Crash Test Daddy. SK Lally reminds me of every dude who thinks he can tell me how to do my job because he read a book. Yeah, fair. Michigan Farm Boy and the coup de grace. Nice. Project Calm. Lally just reeks of not wanting to understand the defense arguments. He only knows his side of events and is constantly getting rolled over by reality. Kinda, yeah. Lindsay, and now you see why we wanted you to react cold to this. I do, and reasonable. So, Ann Bell Feinstein, boom, been waiting all day to watch you react. EDV played it twice as well. Get wrecked, Lally, gagging prosecutor. Nice. Becky Hilgeman, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Riza T, Lally is throwing the game, in my opinion. I don't think he's throwing it. I think he's trying as hard as he can, and he's just not doing well. That's the problem. Greg says, the last thing the jury hears is there's no evidence this actually happened, and there are infinite possibilities, and that's it. It was such a bad ending for Lally. Wendy Wilkinson, thanks for your reactions, insight, and snark, and for answering my questions. Thank you for being here, Wendy, and thank you for the questions. Tommy Bernard, so Bev had these federal documents and knew they acquitted Karen. How could she have denied all the pretrial motions to dismiss or get phone records they asked for? I feel that's a proven bias / misconduct. I don't think she can consider the federal investigation. So, Destiny 2B, defense said, wait for us, and it was well worth it. I feel that it was. Sammy is random. I'm in tears with that reaction. We're done. Yeah. It was such a bad ending for Lolly. Odin Smarter, would you say that this time it's the glass cannon that tanked for the team? I kind of would. Excuse me? This was such a weird end for evidence. It was. I was expecting that Lally would try to bring something good. B. Hartling, literally the last thing the jury heard was there are infinite possibilities for what could have happened. Which, if the jury agrees with it, is an acquittal. So, Ashley D, a belated happy birthday to my trial bestie, Ashley W. We watch EDB, your recaps, and Friday Night Frenzy while messaging each other. Over 120 hours, we're experts in Karen Reed. Well, thank you for joining me. Charlie Lynn, Commonwealth wants instructions on consciousness of guilt because she drove to her parents' house in a snowstorm and claimed Karen Reed erased ring video without evidence, and Karen Reed never talked to Paul's wife again because phone was seized / keep away order. Yeah, I feel like they're really doing some shade. Githralkin, why did she split? That's not fair debate. I would have given them the opportunity to split time, but yeah. Just Sarah, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Indy Cindy 01, going out on a limb. Bev has her stuff together. We'll see. Lorna, can defense bring up consciousness of guilt of Commonwealth witnesses? I think that they're going to argue that the Commonwealth witnesses are sketch, basically. Charlie Lynn, she had her phone seized and a keep away order, guys. She literally couldn't contact Aaron. How about Haas long to die in the cold? If the jury agrees that the Haas long to die in the cold was made at like 2:27, I think they have to acquit. So, Lisa Lindmark, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Githralkin, judge deciding ahead of time equals prejudice. Kind of. Amy Griff, first date night with the missus. We can wait. We'll see. I'll talk to her. She may say go stream. Cootie Pootie Tootie, thanks for the coverage. Made 8 preemie baby beanies tonight. Okay. Mila Aman Kiro, I'm probably mispronouncing that, but thank you for the YouTube membership. And is that, I feel like that is Swedish, in which case, awesome. I'm a big fan of Scandinavia, just generally. Ash Elizabeth XOX, I think it should hands down be an acquittal, but if it's a hung jury, do you think the Commonwealth will retry this case? It depends on how the jury hangs, I think, but I think that they're more likely than not to retry it if they can. Also, guys, I'll let you in. Me and Mrs. Runkle are planning a vacation, and we have not really planned out where the vacation is going to be. So we have a bunch of possibilities. Australia, New Zealand is a possibility. Japan, Korea is a possibility. Middle of nowhere on an island where like a kind of survivor island is a possibility. And Scandinavia is a possibility. So all of those are possibilities, and I don't know which we're going to do. But yeah, we're just kind of trying to figure it out. So that'll probably be like in the fall as opposed to like now. So yeah. Yeah. Fiona W, thanks for the awesome recaps. Thank you so much. Delicious pigeon cheese. Thanks for spice and knowledge. Canada Law Elf, thank you so much. Elizabeth or Ash Elizabeth XOX, thank you for the gifted membership. Lisbeth Venas, imagine discussion back at the Arca this afternoon. I think they're going to have some fun chats. So, yeah. Lilith, you should try Teespring for your merch. I started out on Teespring, and I left Teespring because I bought a bunch of stuff that I made, and I thought it was all awful. So I didn't stick with Teespring because I didn't want the stuff that I bought for myself. And if I didn't want that, like if I don't like it for me, then I don't want to get it for you guys either. I see Tiffany A says, come visit San Antonio, Texas sometime. I have been to San Antonio. I will again. So, yes. Ian, and this was apparently Ian's first ever super chat. So thank you so much, Ian. A better version of my question, is there a way for the prosecution during cross to limit witnesses to just yes, no? You can't force a witness to answer yes, no, but you can try to answer questions that they don't have any other choice but to answer yes, no. So is it up to the judge? And if not, knowing the results of the report, why cross? You got to cross that. You just got to do better. So Runkle recaps are simply the best. Thank you, Ippy Fluffy. Much appreciated. See, if you do Scandinavia in the fall, start booking now. Hotels sell out quick due to northern lights, especially in northern Norway. I stayed in a hotel in Bergen at one point. May says may or may not. If you come to northern Norway, let me say hi. Haha. I'm not sure where in northern Norway. I stayed in a hotel in Bergen. And it was the weirdest hotel because it had like a vending machine at the front. So like literally you put in your credit card and it spits out a card, a little ticket that is your room key. So it was weird, but I really liked Bergen. I was there. So Bergen was a lovely, lovely place to visit. And I went there on one of the few sunny days that they have. I went all the way up the mountain. I got to see, that view. I went to the fish market. I went to, I had a, what is it? A Wiener Pulse at there. So I had all sorts of fun. I enjoyed Bergen immensely. I also enjoyed the train ride from Oslo to Bergen immensely as well. I kind of like trains. I wish trains were cheaper here in here in Canada, but I may try to convince Via Rail to buy me a train ticket. So we'll see how that goes. So we'll see. All right, so I'm gonna wrap this up. It is late, and tomorrow we have closing arguments, and I am really looking forward to seeing it. So yeah, we shall see. All right, let me roll the outro, and I will see you guys either tomorrow or Wednesday or whichever else. So see you guys. Good night.